phone call next week. Oh yeah, your glasses are ready for pickup. Fuck. I'm not worried about monetization of this video. If you are going to donate, please donate to my PayPal. I will accept donations for the local area, for those in need, for disaster relief. Please donate. Please share around. Share this video out. Alfred is on the way. He is due. Ooh, it's been raining. So we've already got everything coming in sideways. Yeah, so this is west facing. Alfred's rotation is bringing everything right over the top of us as he's pushing westward. So at the moment we're kind of in the outer reaches where things are starting to amp up here. It is still calm to the north of us. It was very eerily creepy, calm, like really like a lull in the weather. Take it seriously, seek shelter. There is a Category 2 cyclone on the way in Brisbane. Everywhere south of me here, so south of the Sunshine Coast even, is in danger from very damaging winds and localized and flash flooding. So, hey Dagger. Hey. Sorry, it's dark. I'm full on prepping. Like, I sent in an SMS to the radio station, so I hope they read it out.
How significant that erosion has been, will be, and what the longer
got everything set up in the bathroom here.
A little later this afternoon,
the cat has her priorities straight. She's just chilling. I got snacks and water.
Update for you, though.
I have more water under here.
It has just been put in my hot little hands from management here at the ABC Emergency Broadcast Operations at a hotel in Brisbane CBD. As you might be aware, the ABC HQ at Brisbane.
A Category 2 cyclone.
In the face of the flood risk. So I am coming to you from the conference rooms of a hotel in Brisbane City. And this is the update from ABC Management during this unprecedented event.
I'm about half an hour away from Bribey Island.
Listening on 6:12 a.m. in Brisbane. And you can keep listening to your local ABC on the usual frequencies. But to ensure that as many of us hear the latest warnings, the latest updates, from 3 o'clock today, Queensland time, ABC Radio Brisbane will be simulcast on 106.1 FM. That usually carries ABC Classic, but from 3 p.m. today, Queensland time, you will be able to tune in as well.
I am like directly in the path here.
FM. You'll be able to listen to.
So I'm in Caboolture
on 6:12 a.m. But if AM transmission isn't available to you for whatever reason,
it's basically like they're saying it's going to either bounce up and around or through the
now,
two.
If you are a classic FM fan who's hearing me tell you this and sort of thinking, well, how about my Bach? Like, what about my Mozart? That's okay. The excellent team at ABC Classic FM will still keep programming marvellous music for you, and you can tune in through the ABC Listen app. I hope that made sense.
I'm waiting for this freaking message to be read out.
Afternoon with Cat Phoebe, live across 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland, covering Cyclone Alfred.
I'm pooping myself. This is fucked up.
You'll have the latest edition of the ABC News in about 15 minutes. I'll check in with the Bureau of Meteorology after that. But let me just cover off on some of the big stories related to TC Alfred today. The severe weather is worsening. He's crawling towards the southeast.
Yep, so I'm in an okay spot here, Dagger, for flooding. It's just down at the river. The river will flood out. We've got some creeks that will flood out.
Which takes in the latest weather forecast, is showing an extra 850 properties could be affected by storm surges or flooding associated
like,
with
as you can
Alfred.
see, I'm set up in my bathroom.
20,000 properties already expected to be affected if the water rises.
I've already blocked up my windows and my door. The best that I can, anyway.
Tested a couple of days ago. Please check it again to see if there's been any change. There's been some slight changes to the number of properties impacted, of about 850 properties. But obviously, we're only as good as the predictions we get from the BOM, and they're constantly evolving and constantly changing.
Was the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Councillor Adrian Schrinner. So check the mapping on the council's website. A reminder, you can check in with your local council area's advice through the Disaster Queensland website. That's the Disaster Queensland, QLD website. Meanwhile, more than 100 defence personnel have been deployed to northern New South Wales.
Saying, you know, fucking evacuate.
Arrival, the Prime
They're
Minister
just telling us where the evacuation centres are.
120 personnel to assist in door knocking at-risk people and to work alongside the state.
We should all be being door knocked right now because the potential path of this thing comes right through here.
Access to critical infrastructure, damage assessments and essential services.
Prime Minister Anthony Alfred. There is still the need to prepare to shelter as a result of...
From what I'm hearing, the most damaging of all of it is to the south side. So we expect flooding anyway. Anytime there's any significant amount of weather here, it floods. The winds are going to be something to consider. Yeah. So the storm surge, it's all like to the south. They're all going on about everything south of Brisbane. The city's going to cop it. We're all just like, it's still hanging out. The wraparound from what's left of the eye, yeah. Well, we just got to wait and see what happens when it hits land, mate. We're just hoping that it's going to downgrade to a Category 1 as soon as it hits land, but we won't know. They can only predict, and even that's not like foolproof. For this area, yeah, absolutely. It's something that hasn't happened here in like... No, it's not. It's a 2. Give me my fucking cyclone trucker. Just reading the radar data. Oh, okay. It's slowed down a hell of a lot, but it doesn't mean it's not going to pack any less of a punch. And it's all kind of conflicting, but from what I've read, I've been using the Windy app, and that's got to be like the most accurate that I've seen so far, because it gives you like 4 different radar predictions. So we've got the BOM-E, the UKM, BOM-A, and ECMWF. At this point, they are all saying it's going to come through Caboolture or just around. So, yay. So now I can grow from the hot water, but the models are showing it's staying at a 1. We'll see. We can only see. Like, that's just a prediction. I would rather prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And the tropical cyclone past Brisbane. I've basically seen that the whole system, it'll travel inland and like downgrade to a tropical, and then all of that will like flow back down to like the southern and like down further down here towards like Victoria, and it's supposed to turn into another fucking system that goes to New Zealand. So like we're up here in the yellow red, there's another like a low happening down here, like next to Tasmania. So we'll see. That's it. That's all we can do is just hope for the best.
Make sure you pop your name at the end so I can take an A on the text line. Kat, shout out to our IGA at Portside Hamilton. I'm on Minjerribah, but my wife is there.
A lot of hurricanes around here that love to do that, yeah.
They're doing an amazing job to help out the locals. Thank you. And thank you to you who says, well, I'd like to do a shout out to the workers of the grocery stores, such as Coles and Woolies. They've had to manage huge increases in people coming in, keeping the shelves stocked to the best of their ability. I want to play True by Spandau Ballet, mostly because it's a great song, but also because I love a ballad. Exhausting and helpful work for the community. Thank you. Thank you for your message. Wonderful to hear from you. Just a reminder, the phone numbers that you need,
Still got power,
1300 222 612.
For now.
That's 1300 222 612. You can text as well.
I'm kind of expecting any time now because it's due tomorrow.
612. That's 0467 922.
No, I'm keeping everything nice and charged up.
Taking as many of your song requests as possible this afternoon. One of you, Sonia, really keen to hear Respect from Aretha Franklin. That's a great song. Sonia says, because I think everyone's going to need to demonstrate that to each other.
Yeah, I've got some battery banks.
Supermarket workers, all the disaster management people and volunteers and the paid officers in the aftermath. Sonia, you're listening.
Once the power goes out, I'm probably not going to stream for too long.
On ABC Local Radio, it's 5 to 1, an hour later.
We are asking people to turn their souls.
Afternoon with Kat Feeney, live across 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland, covering Cyclone Alfred. Call 1300 222 612.
And you are live across southern parts of Queensland and into northern New South Wales. Kat Feeney with you in a moment, an update from the newsroom, and then we'll take you to the Bureau of Meteorology. Some messages coming in from northern New South Wales. Hello to whoever you are. Why is this station so Brisbane focused? You ask. Give us coverage for our northern rivers. Absolutely,
Hi,
yes.
Jose.
Message heard loud and clear, and that's why a little later on you will be hearing from the Mayor of the Tweed, and you will be hearing from the Mayor of the Byron Shire with updates for you, covering a pretty vast area, as you can imagine, and we are trying to make it around to everybody. Thank you too for your shout outs this afternoon, trying to lift people's spirits as well as provide that essential information. Jay, who lives in Windaroo. Jay wants to give a shout out to his dad through all of this. He's been the main person in the house preparing while the rest of us work from home. He's doing everything from getting fuel for the generator, taping the windows, moving everything inside, making sure nothing is going to fly away. Can we please have some Green Day for him? They're his favourite band, and he was crushed that their concert on the Gold Coast got cancelled due to Alfred, not the only ones. Disappointed with that result, Jay, and we'll see what we can do to get some Green Day to you. Hi to Zilla, who says shout out to the other security guards working on this incident in this inclement weather, keeping people and property safe. We're a forgotten industry of first responders. Zilla at Fortitude Valley. Thanks, Zilla. Jack at Stafford Heights, please don't forget the water industry workers when giving shout outs. Sec Water, Urban Utilities, etc. They've been working around the clock, living on site, away from their families.
Sounds like they've
to
got some
ensure
pretty good
safe
stuff
drinking
in
water
place
for everyone during all this weather. The police and SES always get a shout out, but don't forget the others. Jack, good on you. Thank you very much. And hi there, Tugan, Gold Coast, with no electricity, no internet from 8 this morning. So if it wasn't for your updates, we couldn't access information. Big thank you, ABC Radio. Well, speaking of updates and information, you're about to have your Queensland edition of the news, and then I'll take you to the Bureau of Meteorology. My name's Kat Feeney, and it's great to be with you.
Around Brisbane,
Big lineups at petrol stations in Brisbane yesterday.
when you need to know.
It wasn't just fuels, though, Steve. We also had people really strip our shelves in terms of ice, spread and milk.
You'll hear it on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane.
ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Rachel Stewart. Tropical cyclone Alfred is on track to make landfall north of Brisbane early tomorrow morning. Conditions are intensifying across southeast Queensland as the destructive system crawls closer to the coast, as Kira Jones reports. Cyclone Alfred is currently about 150 kilometres east-southeast of Brisbane. The latest satellite imagery shows it's likely to cross near Moreton Bay, north of Brisbane, in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Heavy rain and wild winds are picking up across the region. Trees have been brought down and power has been cut to tens of thousands of people. Conditions are expected to intensify in the coming hours. Widespread daily rainfall totals of between 300 to 500 mils are possible. There are no reports of storm tide inundation so far. Jonathan Howe from the Bureau of Meteorology says gale force winds are already hitting the Queensland coast.
This is across a very large area, but also across a very long period of time. I know we're all waiting for Alfred to actually cross the coast, but there is still a lot to get through before that actually happens. Don't get too tied up with that crossing time or location. We are already seeing significant impacts, and we'll see that well before that actual crossing time.
Several people have been rescued on beaches across the southeast as Alfred whips up massive swells. Authorities have warned fines of more than $16,000 can be issued for reckless behaviour. Acting Queensland Police Commissioner Shane Shalepi says people in the warning zone need to stop putting themselves and emergency services at risk.
There's been 11 search and rescues since yesterday, including response to swimmers, kayakers, jet ski riders, all caught up in the rough conditions. And can I please say, now's not the time to be in the surf.
Watch and act warnings have been issued for several local council areas, including Brisbane, Logan and the Sunshine Coast. A major flood alert is current for the Logan and Albert rivers. Gympie Mayor Glenn Hartwick says the region is prepared, but right now it's a waiting game.
We are aware that, if it does hit Caboolture and the rain depression sort of focuses over that catchment area of the Mary River, we'll probably have some localised flooding or possibly even major flooding. We just don't know. So much is in the air at the moment.
On the Sunshine Coast, beach erosion is a concern. Mayor Rosanna Natoli is urging residents to stay away.
It's definitely not wise. We don't want people in the water. We don't want people on the dunes. We've got people walking on the dunes and digging in the dunes, and, that's really dangerous. They could collapse and that could cause injury. But for environmental reasons, you don't want to be walking on the dunes.
On Brisbane's Bayside, locals are bracing for Alfred's arrival. The ABC's Jack Mackay reports.
Well, where I've been this morning in Manly, there's still been quite a few people out and about, walking the dog, trying to get that last bit of exercise in before they have to head indoors and batten down the hatches. But across the roads, it's been quite calm this morning. There hasn't been many people on the roads. Most people are at home. They're not working today. And indeed, there's more than 1,000 schools across southeast Queensland that are closed. More than 2,000.
Back to a lull again. Fucking birds out. Okay. Dude. Oh, it's getting darker out there. Like all the... Ooh, this is fucking scary, guys. Like, you know what's coming. Jesus Christ. Go home. It is really not going to be safe out there soon. Like, at all. It's not now. Oh, mate. Oh, my God. Hope for the best. Expect the worst. Prepare. They have fucking slogans for this shit for up north. Okay. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Yeah, okay. Battening down the hatches. Hey, Duke. So yeah, it's on the way. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're royally fucked. Yeah. It's got a few more things to put away, I think. And that's good. Back shut. Fuck. Oh, fish. Fish down. I'm getting a bit nervous. Can you tell? Oh, mama. Like, we've had some storms since I've been here, don't get me wrong, but this one's actually making me like I'm a bit scared of this.
If you are listening in the cyclone warning area, stay indoors unless you are in an area that has been asked to evacuate. There are now many emergency warnings to evacuate across the region. We'll let you know.
Yeah, so they've got like the state emergency services. They've also got the Defence Force the ADF, which is the military. Sorry, panicking. Oh, mama. I should check my heartbeat, honestly. Stay. Fish. Ha, fuck. The plant's there. I'm gonna pull that across. Oh my god. So they've had like the local council doing the sandbags as well. There was a station way up the way that I couldn't get to because I don't have a car.
0467922612. That is the text line. You your words through, words of support, encouragement, questions, the pictures. If you'd like to take a photograph of what you're looking at while listening, help paint a picture of what's happening around this very big area affected by very city.
That I can do. Oh my god, look how much I'm so stressed right now. Oh, it's yellowy. It's coming. See, they're trying to tell me to fucking message them. Actually, all of us. There's heaps of people listening. I need to put all of this shit in a bag and put it somewhere. Put that away. What time is it there now? It's 1:09 p.m. Friday. I've just got to try and relax. Freaking out is not going to do anyone any good. And I feel like I'm going to throw up. I'm petrified. I'm so scared right now. But... Hey, Sam. Sam, I'm going to turn into Dorothy. Should I do pigtails? I can pass the time that way, hey? I'm trying to move all of these glass bottles and shit. Oh, that I should just throw out. I should have thrown them out ages ago. And shit I don't use. I'll get you in that little bag too. Yeah, anyway. I mean, we've got confirmation. He's on the way. So I need to get some shoes on and be ready to leave if they come and door knock. Which they might.
In Queensland and in northern New South Wales. G'day, Kat Feeney with you. Taking you to the Bureau of Meteorology now. Rosa Hoff is the forecaster on duty. And Rosa, good to have your company this afternoon. What is the very latest on Tropical Cyclone Alfred?
So Tropical Cyclone Alfred is still sitting off the coast at the moment. Now, it is about 145 kilometres east-southeast of Brisbane and 110 kilometres east-northeast of the Gold Coast. So it's still hanging out there as a Category 2. But of course, its effects are being felt across a wide range of coastal districts where we still remain in tropical cyclone warning from the top of the Sunshine Coast all the way down past Yamba and almost down to Grafton in New South Wales. So certainly still a very large area at risk of significant impact in the next 24 hours.
Right. Now, the intensity is of great interest to a lot of people. I mean, there's the category, but there's also the dimensions of it. What do we need to appreciate about its intensity at the moment, Rosa?
So as a remaining Category 2 system, that means that Tropical Cyclone Alfred is capable of producing storm force winds sustained close to the centre of the system. Now, those winds aren't necessarily, symmetric on the north and the south. In fact, we're seeing a larger area of those stronger wind speeds to the south and also just immediately to the west of the system at the moment. So that does mean the side that's closer to the coast. Now, even though those are the sustained wind speeds, so we're also expecting to see gusts that are much, much stronger. So we are seeing damaging wind gusts around the place already, and you might have heard of some of those creeping up above 100 kilometres per hour already on the coast. But there's certainly a really significant chance that they will continue to creep up in the coming hours, particularly as we head into tonight and we see some of those storm force winds move over the coast. Now, that does mean that from tonight, we're talking wind gusts that could get up to 155 kilometres per hour. And if you think about that in terms of a car going past you, that is quick and that is powerful. And there's a lot that those winds can do.
Yeah, that is quick, that's powerful, and it's unlikely to be the sort of short intensity that some people might be familiar with those intense summer storms, Rosa. We're talking about those kinds of gusts probably for a sustained period of time, right? Like, how long could they be gusting at that speed for?
So where we have the sustained damaging winds, that could, really last. We're talking most of the night tonight and into tomorrow as well. So certainly periods of, well above 12 hours. Certainly nothing brief. And with that amount of wind comes a lot of noise. Like, it's going to whistle through buildings, it's going to rattle your roof, your windows, you're going to hear tree branches around, and that much noise can be a bit concerning in and of itself. So it's important to be braced for that, especially if you've got young kids around as well. Just let them know, explain to them what's coming with these winds, and that it'll be okay and that it will pass.
Okay. Rosa Hoff with you from the Bureau of Meteorology on ABC Local Radio in Queensland and New South Wales. My name's Kat Feeney. We're just giving you an update on the latest on the forecasts around Cyclone Alfred. Now, the size of this system, the size of the eye popped up on your radars this morning. You could sort of really start to get a look at him, eye to eye.
Don't you dare.
How big is it at the moment, Rosa?
So it's a bit of a complicated question. Now, when we start talking about tropical cyclone eyes, there's a bit of a difference between what the centre of the system looks like for a Category 1 or a Category 2 cyclone, noting that Tropical Cyclone Alfred is currently a Category 2 and could potentially cross the coast as a Category 1, and the much stronger cyclones. So when we have our severe tropical cyclones of Category 3, 4, 5, the eye actually changes for the cyclone. It becomes a lot more significant, a lot windier and a lot more pronounced. So we're lucky in this case that at the moment with Tropical Cyclone Alfred, a Category 2 system, that eye isn't behaving in the same way that we would expect a really, really strong system to do. Now, what that does mean is that we have a bit of a banded eye feature. So the centre of the system does have some fairly strong winds around it, but while that area is about sort of 70 kilometres across at the moment, it was really further to the south, at the southwest and directly west of the system where we are seeing some of those strongest winds rather than just around the eye. So certainly not going to be seeing too much of a significant variation in the size of that circulation there in the middle.
Boy, look, it's just so much to take in, and it's really excellent that you and the team at the Bureau are making yourselves available hourly for us, Rosa, just to bring us that kind of important information and help us prepare for what's ahead. Thank you for the update. We'll leave it there for now because we'll catch up again in about an hour's time. Rosa Hoff from the Bureau of Meteorology, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course, always happy to help.
On ABC Local Radio across Queensland and northern New South Wales, my name is Kat Feeney, and you will be hearing from the Bureau after every edition of your ABC News, which takes place on the hour every hour. I do have an update for you. If you're listening on the New South Wales North Coast, I've just been given a message by the New South Wales State Emergency Management Centre. This is what you need to know. If you are planning to evacuate, or if you've been given an evacuation order, you need to travel to your nearest local evacuation
Not
centre.
hearing anything though.
Now, don't travel long distances on roads. This is to avoid travelling
I
on
don't
possibly
understand it.
flooded roads. If you're evacuating,
How are they not?
you're urged to go from your local evacuation centre and to avoid excess travel at this time. For up-to-date information, including
God.
where to find an evacuation centre, visit the New South Wales SES website at ses.nsw.gov.au. For the latest warnings, download the Hazards Near Me app.
I know,
there is
but what
Live
about
Traffic
here?
New South
It's fucking
Wales,
hitting
which
right
serves as
here.
a single source of truth for road impacts, including
I
road
don't understand
closures.
it.
And if you are listening in that area, let me tell you that in a
I'm
moment
freaking
you're
out
going
because
to
they're
be
not
joined
saying
by
anything
both
about
the
evacuating
Tweed
here.
Mayor and the Byron Mayor. The Mayor of the Tweed, the Mayor of the Byron Shire, joining you shortly here on ABC Local Radio.
Power outages can occur at any time. You may lose your electricity, internet, mobile phone service and landline access. And outages can last for days or even weeks at a time. A battery-powered radio may be your only source of information during an outage or in an emergency. Now,
No matter what, guys. Thank you for everything. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your love and consideration. Thank you for just being here. Okay? I want everyone to know how grateful I am for everything. I'm not sure what's gonna happen here. I'm freaking right now. So if the power goes, if I have no signal, I love each and every one of you. Be good and be kind to each other and yourselves. Do good things for yourself. Look after your body, look after your mind, and just be grateful for every day you've got. I'm terrified right now. So I just want everyone to know, alright? I want everyone to know that I love you all. Thank you so much. That's all I got. I don't know what else I can say. That's still no less damaging, Bill. And then we've got all the flooding as well. And that's going to be major. Like, I could end up with waterfront property. It's a big one. It's gonna do a lot of damage, and it's gonna flood a fuck ton. I had a good chat with my auntie today. So, you know, she knows what's going on as well. I'm going to have to update her now, again. And maybe for the last time. So, oh shit, you guys. I'm going to keep listening in for any more updates, and, yeah. I'm gonna go and call my auntie and tell her I love her.
Recovery from all sorts of angles, including I think a really important one, which is celebrating and paying tribute to all the people who
This is going to be fucking scary.
about helping or preparing themselves to help. Because we get told all sorts of stories as do you.
Like, we're going to cop some of that eventually as well, so the power's definitely going. Water's definitely gone for a while. I will have no phone service for a while, probably. I need to go get this cat and bring her in. She's just like hanging out there. What are you eating? What are you chewing on? Oh, you paw. Okay. Gotta double check everything. Yes, meow. Hi. Come on. You're not gonna want to be out here, bro. I know you're not gonna want to be out here. Trust me. Like, I don't trust this place to fucking hold up either. 150 kilometer an hour winds. It's gonna be fucking dangerous, bro. Look at this. It's already whipping up. Oh, man. I'm not ashamed to fucking cry and say that I'm scared and fucking tell everyone that I love them. Because it might be the last time. You never know. Anything can happen, man. So, I'm grateful for every single one of you people. Everyone that's come into my life through YouTube. Even the ones that have now left. I'm not ashamed of it, so there it is. I'm scared, and other people should be scared too. Because things can change in an instant. And if it hits north of us, we're fucked, man. I'm watching the predictions on my other phone. Hey, dears, come on. Come on, let's go. Now, did you just... Dizzy, what are you doing? Come on. Like, I can hear rumbling and stuff already. That wind picks up, it's fucking... Yeah. It's gonna be really loud and really rough. I don't know if this place is gonna hold up. So it's slightly terrifying, just a little bit. Better safe than sorry, right? Gotta unplug that thing on the back filter. That's why I keep saying, like, just because they're saying it's going to downgrade to the category 1 doesn't mean it will. And, it doesn't mean that that's not going to be, any less damaging than a category 2. Yeah. Put my tea light candles out as well. I'm only gonna have them going if I'm out here trying to make something. Yeah, I do. Got food, I got water. Oh man, I'm just nervous. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yes, Susie. My house looks like a jungle right now. Plants everywhere. It looks so cool. Oh, Dizzy, what? I'm finished putting all this shit away. Yeah, kitty. Oh god, that thing's still going. Oh, thanks, Drew. Appreciate you, mate. don't like this. No, my neighbours are fucking cunts. It's just me, man. That's it. That's all I got. I'm getting there. I'm nearly ready. I'm ready to bug out if I have to.
At this stage in Queensland, no aged care evacuations have been required. Public transport across the warning zone continues to be closed today. This is from Noosa to the Tweed border, and schools remain closed.
Of course I'm not letting my fucking cat out. Are you crazy?
An announcement today before services resume. That means they'll make an announcement on Sunday about school closures for Monday. Full information through that disaster Queensland website I mentioned earlier. I'm also keen to help your spirits remain high this afternoon, to help you keep calm and carry on. If you're in the morning zone or if you're elsewhere, maybe you're just looking for a bit of a Friday afternoon boost. I mean, it is Friday, after all. Nothing can change that fact, not even you, Alfred. So look, I'm collecting a shout-out. If there's someone you think deserves a bit of recognition or a shout-out, jump on the telephone and text line. Those numbers again, 1300 222 612, or you can text 0467 922 612. To Rowan, who says, big shout-out to my dad, who came to my house, checked everything I'd tied down by tugging on it and going, yeah, that's not going anywhere. By uttering those magic words, I am surely safe. Rowan, what a relatable picture you paint. Thank you very much. A message coming through saying, hi, my elderly uncle only has FM radio. Is there a frequency he can hear cyclone updates on? I'm so glad you asked, Anonymous. And the good news is...
Why the fuck would I let my cat out, dude?
There is. During these unprecedented times, you can actually keep listening to 6 ABC Brisbane on the AM band and on other local ABC frequencies for other local ABC stations. But the big news is that to make sure
what the
people
fuck is
like
wrong with some
your
people?
elderly uncle and maybe like you, to make sure that you can all hear as much of the latest warning information as possible for listeners right across the warning area from 3 p.m. today, ABC local radio to be simulcast on 106.1 FM. So, from 3 p.m. today, Queensland time, 4 p.m. New South Wales, 106.1 FM, you'll be able to listen to Cyclone Alfred coverage on 106.1 FM. This is an additional station added to the menu of stations available to you on both FM and AM frequencies. If you are a Dead Set fan of Classic FM and you're wondering, what about my Schubert? That's okay. They'll still be there. They'll be programming on the ABC Listen app.
On 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland. This is cyclone coverage. Tell us what's happening where you are. Call 1300 222 612.
Shout out to Kayla, who says, despite the weather, she submitted her doctoral thesis today. Wish we could have a beer to celebrate with you. Congratulations, almost from Doc. These are tremendous messages of thanks and support. Keep them coming in this afternoon, and maybe keep a mind to the songs that you think someone might like to hear. I am intending to play a bit of music for you this afternoon, so make sure that you factor that into your equation. Hi to Shorty the truckie, who's out and about and offering a big shout out to all the truckies who are still out there delivering freight. How about a bit of Jimmy Barnes? Right, Shorty the truckie. Well, Shorty, I reckon that's a bloody good idea.
not like there's one there. Sorry, cat. Oh, HR, thank you. Hey, Christine. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm just like trying to shore stuff up and get prepared. This cat is doing my head in. No, you're not getting in there. So I filled up the laundry tub with water and she's trying to get in there to drink out of it instead of her perfectly fine water fountain. Yeah.
And it could be a little while before services resume. The other really critical piece of information, I suppose, Chris, right now is evacuation notices have been issued last night as well. How's all that going?
Really? Because I got nothing.
Yes, so last night in the early evening, then evacuation orders were issued for Tumbulgum, Tailgum, Yukai and Single at that point. And then today we've had ones issued for Foreign Bar and a prepare to evacuate for South.
It's really weird that
we do have 6 evacuation centres up and running in the Shire, and
like they've told us where the evacuation centres are, but we're like in a potential path, and I've heard nothing. I signed up for like emergency alerts and shit. Nothing.
A lot of the people who are arriving at the centres are people who have been through the 2022 floods, and they've got pretty severe PTSD from that.
Oh, I feel sick. Oh, it's a bit scary. Sorry, guys. I'm not very entertaining right now. Because this isn't a very entertaining matter. It's, it's serious shit. All the neighbours are out there having a nice convo. Like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. This is an old building, man. We'll see how it stands up. It's not going to be pretty, that's for sure. I forgot what I was looking for. Rain's all gone. Hey. Was it good? Oh, good girl. Is it yummy? Okay.
Please don't head out there unless you have to be. But it's good of you to spend some time with us this afternoon. You're very busy, so we'll leave it there for now, but appreciate the update. Thanks, Chris. Thanks so much, Dan. Chris Terry, the Tweed Shire there on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane, the ABC Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, Northern New South Wales, and then we are broadcasting right across the state of Queensland as well this afternoon, 10 to 2 Queensland time, an hour later in New South Wales, staying in New South Wales. A little
I'm literally going to be in my
the Tweed Shire, Byron Shire. The Mayor of the Byron Shire Council is Sarah Njai. Sarah, thanks for joining us. You've had evacuations in your area as well. How's it going?
That's correct. We have evacuation, 3 evacuation centres that we've put to be opened. Unfortunately, not all the supplies that are required for those have arrived in the time that you would expect, particularly with the amount of warning that we have had in this emergency, and so we are still waiting on some stretchers. Anyone going to those places need to take with them the bedding, medication, their own charges, any special dietary requirements that they need, and yeah, just really be aware that they are not ideal, and if you've got somewhere else to go, that's fantastic, but they are places to be safe and dry, and yeah, we've had evacuation orders on basically all of the quad villages, I believe. We've got currently on the South Golden Beach and New Brighton communities, and a number of others as well. We've got electricity out at 11,000 properties, so that's the
Still got power.
of our community.
Hashtag blessed.
One of them. At the moment, water's okay, but yes, like the Mayor of Tweed said, we all need to.
As soon as the power goes out, I'm out of here, guys.
Water, because our issue is more to do with stability, and so yes, it's great to conserve water during this time and have some on hand, fill up some bottles. Yeah, conserve water, conserve your batteries, do what you can. Sarah, thank you. An important update from the Byron Shire, the Mayor of Byron Shire, Sarah Engine, with you. So you're hearing it there, 11,000 homes without power in Byron, evacuations underway in the Tweed, 16,000 homes without power, evacuations underway in southeast Queensland, more than 47,000 homes without power, and people being told to shelter in place ahead of the arrival of Alfred. The forecasting is an evolving situation, isn't it? The updates on the hour, every hour from the Bureau of Meteorology, painting an ever clearer picture of this incredible system. And you will have another update from the Bureau of Meteorology in about 10 minutes' time, if you stay listening to this radio station, 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland, and joining you in northern New South Wales as well. My name is Kat Feeney. It is 5 minutes to 2 in Queensland, an hour later in New South Wales.
This is cyclone coverage on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland, your emergency broadcaster.
There are widespread electricity outages being experienced in the broadcast area. Here are some important safety rules to remember during blackout. Generator fumes can kill you. Only use generators in well-ventilated areas. This means outside, not in an air-conditioned room. Never touch fallen power lines. There are too many unknowns, such as solar panels, that can electrocute you even when the main supply is cut. Keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Well, the Brisbane Broncos, NRL players and staff have raced home ahead of the arrival of Alfred. This was after an opening round win over the Sydney Roosters overnight. They actually registered their biggest ever win over the Roosters, running in 9 tries in the 50-14 demolition. It's understood the side received a police escort directly from the stadium to the airport for a chartered flight to Toowoomba. Halfback Ben Hunt told ABC Sport the attention now turns off field.
Trying to get out of here now, get home and get back to our loved ones. So now we're everyone in South East Queensland and Northern New South Wales, all the best. Stay safe.
Well, Steve Redoff is a former Brizzy Bronco, an Australian former professional rugby league footballer and a bona fide Queensland great. Steve, you are sheltering in your home in Brisbane. Did you watch the game last night?
Yeah, I did, Kat. The boys played really well, and I think for everything that's happening here in Brisbane, that's a bit of a positive for Brisbane. But, we're like everyone else. We're just sitting here waiting on Red Hill, just waiting to see what's going to happen. It's a bit of an unknown, isn't it?
What have you seen, observed, noticed over the last few days, Steve? What's your experience been like?
I've never experienced a cyclone. We've obviously we've taken advice from what's been given, from the ABC and on TV, and we've packed all our outdoor, gear into the house and where we can. We just got everything out of the backyard, and we're all pretty set. Unfortunately, which is because you just don't know. It's an unknown for a lot of people here. Probably 99% of people in Brisbane have never experienced a cyclone. So for us, it's just like we've got to sit here and wait to see what happens.
Yeah, wait and see. Do what you can, prepare. I really look, you'd probably be out and about running, keeping that fitness up. Steve, bit of yoga in the lounge room for you, is it? Or
Walking these days. But yeah, no, look, you know, I tried to get out yesterday. I thought it was going to be my last walk. I'll probably just sit one in the Saudi, but yeah, as I said, it's changing, it slows down, and so there's just that, you know, uncertainty.
yeah.
And look, everyone does a great job.
Who sings that song, should I stay or should I go now?
Hang in there. All the best to you and the family, and at least you've got the win today. Steve Reynolds, with you. Nathan, Sunnybank has just called in. Sunnybank in Brisbane has counted over 100 garbage bins until further notice, until after the cyclone. So look, if you have been out there, if it's maybe not yours, but your neighbours and the neighbours aren't around, maybe do the community a solid and bring them, strap them down. That wind is going to pick up. And you'll hear a bit more about those winds, the rain, and everything else to do with Cyclone Alfred from the Bureau of Meteorology after the latest edition of your ABC News. My name is Kat Beanie. It's 2 o'clock in Queensland, 3 o'clock in New South Wales.
Cyclone watches and warnings are issued when a cyclone could make landfall soon. Understand your risks and make sure you start preparing early. For the latest updates, stay listening to ABC Radio.
Can I request, should I stay or should I go by The Clash, please?
Almost 50,000 properties have already lost power as tropical cyclone Alfred approaches southeast Queensland. The system is on track to make landfall tomorrow north of Brisbane, as Lily Muffling reports. Heavy rain, damaging winds and huge waves are picking up around the region. The Category 2 system is 145 kilometres east-southeast of Brisbane. It's most likely to cross Moreton Bay north of Brisbane tomorrow morning before reaching the mainland later in the day as a Category 1 cyclone. The Weather Bureau's
Okay, so it is downgrading to a Cat 1.
major concern.
With widespread daily totals of 300 to 500 millimetres, particularly around the southern flank of the system.
Destructive winds up to 155 kilometres an hour could develop about the Moreton Bay Islands and expose coastal parts of the northern Gold Coast from tonight. Authorities have assistance across the south
Hey, John.
so far. Queensland
Yeah.
Commissioner Steve Smith says a
It's,
couple became trapped in their bedroom in Currumbin Valley on the Gold Coast.
It's looking a bit bloody hairy now, mate. I'm getting ready to make a swift exit if I have to.
Several people have been rescued on beaches across the southeast and Alfred.
Oh, thanks. The links don't work for anyone except me on Vertical Live anyway.
$1,600 can be issued for reckless behaviour.
But, you know, people can find it at the Bureau of Meteorology by searching Cyclone Alfred.
Police service and any lifeguards in 3 hours was spent yesterday searching for someone on a jet ski, and they shouldn't have been in the ocean in the first place.
They shouldn't have been there. That's crazy. Went out and about on a jet ski.
Significant rain has
Cyclone?
already
What
hit
cyclone?
southeast Queensland in the past 24 hours. The Gold Coast has seen the heaviest
I've been
fall.
pooping myself
Springbrook in the
for like 2
hinterland
days.
had 165
I'm scared.
millimetres. Currumbin Creek scored 153
I'm going between deliriously, you know, funny to fuck.
Premier David Quintuppulli says prolonged rain will increase the risk of riverine and creek flooding.
This system remains a very broad one, and often pick up the cyclone.
They're now saying like it could be
In this case, it is really large.
major
And
flooding.
that does represent the prospect of some significant rainfall over a long period of time.
Brisbane City Council has updated its flood mapping with about 850 homes added to the 20,000 expected to be affected as water rises. Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner says they
I need to put you guys down.
miles to significant
I need to take this bag off.
Information on our website, so even if you've checked it once already in the last few days, make sure you do check it again. There have been some slight changes, not a major change. There's been a change of around 850 properties in the latest round
I'll be right
of models.
back.
They're all over Brisbane, different parts of Brisbane.
Meantime, Telstra is warning of prolonged service outages due to cyclone Alfred. Power outages are impacting some mobile and landline services around the southern Gold Coast and northern New South Wales. The telco has backup systems running to keep services online, but disruptions may occur if the power is out for a long time or if access is cut to its side. Telstra is working with authorities to bring services back online as soon as possible. Meanwhile, all public transport in southeast Queensland will remain suspended tomorrow. That directive extends from Noosa on the Sunshine Coast to the New South Wales border. Further updates about schools and early childhood centre closures will be provided on Sunday. To Queensland's weather, widespread rain and showers, as well as isolated thunderstorms in the southeast, with heavy to locally intense rainfall, especially later today. Looking ahead to tomorrow, heading for a top of 33 in Cairns and Townsville, 32 in Mackay, Rockhampton and Mount Isa 39, Bundaberg 35. In the southeast, cyclonic conditions expected. You've been listening to ABC News. ABC Radio, emergency information. Hello, my name is Kat Feeney. It is 5 minutes past 2. You are on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland, and this is the latest information about tropical cyclone Alfred. The cyclone warning remains in place between Double Island Point in Queensland to Grafton in New South Wales. Impacts including damaging winds, heavy rainfall are likely to increase during the day. You're going to hear from the Bureau of Meteorology shortly with the latest. There are a number of major flood warnings in place, including the Logan and Albert rivers in Queensland, the Tweed, Wilsons, Aurora, Nambucca, Richmond and Brunswick rivers, and Marshalls Creek in New South Wales. Queensland councils have issued warnings that you need to know about if you're listening in those areas. An emergency warning is current for island communities in the Redlands. If you are on one of those islands, you need to take shelter now. There are also multiple watch and act warnings in place. Check your local council's disaster dashboard for the latest. If any upgrade to emergency, I'll let you know as soon as possible. In New South Wales, the SES have issued warnings. A watch and act stay indoors message for the cyclone warning area. Stay indoors unless you're in an area that's been asked to evacuate. There are also now many emergency warnings to evacuate that have been issued across northern New South Wales. We'll let you know any new emergency warnings that come in, but for the complete list and exact locations, visit the SES website or download the Hazards Near Me app.
Call 1300 222 612. Afternoons with Kat Feeney, covering Cyclone Alfred on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland.
Yeah, keeping you informed, keeping you company this afternoon. Hello. Here we are, 2 o'clock. Usually at this time it's our hour of music power. Our Friday afternoon show is usually nothing but awesome music between now and 3 p.m. Music industry insider Steve Bell programs that playlist. We actually caught up with Steve a little earlier. He's the bloke who runs a music business. He has a record label and a record store. The record store is shut, but he made sure to take a couple of choice tapes home with him as he prepares for Alfred, as so many people are across Queensland this afternoon. If you feel though that you've kind of done all the stuff you need to do, you've got your documents in order, you've done the windows, you've got the sandbags out, you've got the battery operated radio, if you're just kind of sitting there waiting, wishing that Alfred would sort off, but dealing with the reality that he probably won't, maybe you actually want a little bit of a boost to your spirits. So how about you help program some music this afternoon? I am taking some selected song requests from you. And I am also doing my best to make sure that your shout-outs are being shared. If there's someone you reckon is doing a great job, needs recognition, if you want to put a message out there in the hopes that they hear it and everyone else is reminded that by pulling together and doing what we can make a difference, this is what you got to do. You got to telephone me on 1300 222 612. That's 1300 222 612, and you can text on 0467 922 612. I'm going to take you to the Bureau of Meteorology in a tick. They're offering updates to you at 10 past the hour whilst this event plays out to keep you up to date. Seeing as there are so many thousands of people losing power at the moment and the need to conserve energy will become paramount, it's important that you know that so that you can make sure you tune in if you need, only for those updates if that's what you want, rather than running down your radios listening to the entire broadcast. But of course, while we have you, thank you for being here. Great to have your company. I'm also going to share with you some expertise on coastal erosion, the extraordinary things at the Gold Coast. There's those winds, the hazardous surf, the surging tides, erode beaches. Main Beach, for example, on the Goldie, near total erosion. There's pipes exposed. The worst. Stay off the beaches, of course, remains the message from the authorities. Stay home if you can. But you'll hear a little later from an expert in coastal erosion. What's going on at our beaches and what is the significance of this in the broader catchment area? You'll find out in a moment. Stay with me on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland.
On 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland, tonight is cyclone coverage. Tell us what happens when you are. Call 1300 222 612.
There are widespread electricity outages being experienced in the broadcast area. As a rule, your fridge will keep food safe for about 4 hours. Your freezer could hold out for 24 to 48 hours. But if in doubt, chuck it out. Plan your trips to the fridge carefully so you minimise how often you access it. And when you do, minimise the time the door is open. For the latest power outage information, keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
To the Bureau of Meteorology now, and Rosa Hoff is the forecaster on duty. Rosa, good to have you back this afternoon. What's changed since we spoke an hour ago? How's Alfred going? What's he up to?
Thanks, Kat. So we have had an update to our cyclone forecast track map at the moment, but we are continuing to see a significant degree of movement about exactly where Alfred might cross when it comes to tomorrow morning, most likely. Especially the mainland, of course, impacts are likely a bit sooner if you're out on the Moreton Bay Islands, particularly around places that point out like Point Lookout. Now, what's also going on? So at the moment, the current position of the centre of Tropical Cyclone Alfred is 125 kilometres east-south-east of Brisbane and 90 kilometres east-north-east of the Gold Coast centre there. So still coming in slowly. Now, we are expecting the movement of the system to start heading up towards a more northwesterly direction. And so just swing us a little bit from where it's
I hope so.
the Gold Coast there at the moment.
Yeah, well, oh mate, I would be gone. I'd be legging it right now, John. I don't know how to like hotwire a car, but I would figure the fucking shit out. I'd be out of here.
Then it plateaus to be a little bit direct westerly, and then turning the corner, and we are expecting him to continue up in that northwesterly motion.
Okay. So what does that mean for the communities sort of affected by that northern shift? And then bearing in mind that some of the heavier rain and wind and everything happens south of the cyclone, what does that mean for communities south of that trajectory, Rosa?
So what it means is that our area of locations that are currently experiencing gale force winds sustained and even higher gusts are likely to spread. So we are expecting those gale force winds to start creeping further and further north up from the Gold Coast through those areas, also through Logan Redlands especially as well, and now on our exposed islands, so North Stradbroke Island and Yarrabah, and of course further north as well. Now, as Alfred does that, it will sort of graze past a little bit as it moves northwest, just sort of prolonging the spread of those gale force winds, but we're absolutely going to continue seeing the really significant winds out on that southwestern quadrant of the system, with plenty of rain wrapping in on the southern side of the system. It's really important to remember that in the southern hemisphere, cyclones spin clockwise. So that does mean that they're pulling in all this weather from out over the ocean, a lot of clouds, there's a lot of rain in it, and it's dragging it along the coast. Now, as Alfred gets close to our mainland there, we're starting to see some of that rain not just get pulled on in that sort of directly from the east direction, but it's also getting pulled up. So that means it's moving a little bit more towards the north, and it's prolonging some of the time that those rain clouds are actually spending over us and over our cities, over our more populated suburbs. So that's going to continue to be a feature as the system starts to track a bit further northwest. All right. Tell you what, this Alfred needs to get his act sorted out. Rosa, you're doing such a tremendous job of covering up on this system. I mean, cyclones are just so unpredictable by nature, and the fact that it is kind of changing hour by hour just illustrates the complexity of the task that you and the team at the Bureau of Meteorology have to make sense of what he's doing, where he's going. So thank you very much for the update this afternoon. We'll check in again with you in about an hour's time. Rosa Hoff, appreciate your time. Thank you. Thanks, Kat. Talk then. Rosa Hoff from the Bureau of Meteorology on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. That's the very latest on Alfred. Spare a thought for all the Alfreds out there. You're fine. It's just this one that's the problem, and we'll keep an eye on him so that you can make sense of what you need to do in the coming hours. But as you're hearing, those winds, those rains, that's really becoming a more apparent reality to more people. The number of power outages set to increase. So at this point, I just want to remind you about the different ways you can listen to your ABC, because this is where you will find that important emergency information.
Oh, chick, I am pooping myself.
You need to reserve the battery on your phone. If you've got your battery-operated radio, if you want to tune in.
I'm not even kidding right now. Like, I know they've downgraded it to a category 1, like once it hits, but there's no guarantees. As John just said, like, I'm glad it's not a category 5. That's amazing. But it's still very, very scary. And even the downgrades are worth a very, very healthy respect. Oh, there's blue sky again. Like, hello. Everything's fine. Da da da. No, it's not. Yeah. No, I'm not okay. I'm kind of panicking right now. But, I'm just getting ready.
106.1 FM.
They said like the flooding and stuff might be bad, like really bad. I know, it's deceptive. It's bloody deceptive, mate. Like, I'll show you on my other phone.
Well, I've been asking for you to get in touch if you want to spread it all around. It does make it all go around, and it does help in times of need and times of stress. And the phone numbers you need, 1300 222 612 0467 922 612. So you can text in your shout-outs, recognising the heroes.
Okay, so I just decided to restart.
In a moment, you're going to hear from someone who can explain what you are seeing on the beaches at the Gold Coast and other exposed coastal areas. You've seen the pictures, the foam, the swell, the surf, the wind, the dum-dums doing dumb things. I can't really explain that. Probably your expert can't either. But he can tell you what is going
going on with that coastal erosion, the significance of it, the consequence of all that sand being washed away. Stay with me for that insight. But let's get a little bit of uplift now. Sasha, you're at the Tweed, you're on Tweed Heads, and you have a shout out for some special people. Sasha, you have the floor. Go ahead. Who do you want to recognise?
Hello, thank you so much, and I don't want to hold the line from anyone else, but we're down in Tweed.
Did you get any rest for like 2 hours maybe?
I just want to shout out to my mum.
Out of sheer exhaustion?
And all my family up in Brisbane. My mum and Rob, they're up on Bribey Island, so I just want to send them loads of love.
Yeah. Have you been able to keep in touch with them, Sasha?
Luckily, well, actually, I have been sending messages, but I don't think they're going through. The connection down here is intermittent at the moment. But yeah, not hearing so much from them. But just keeping the kids entertained at home in a different way is quite an experience.
It is, isn't it? What have you been doing? Have you rediscovered cars or hopscotch or something? What are you doing?
We've been learning how to play chess together and building and throwing a footy around when it's not raining.
What was I doing?
Yeah.
But also, yeah, I just want to send a huge prayer out to our whole community and all the friends and family we've got down here in the Tweed and Northern Rivers. It's actually really brought everyone together and shared. It's such a nice community spirit.
I'm glad to hear that, Sasha. And look, hopefully your family are tuned into ABC Radio. Hopefully they're picking up a signal and can hear your lovely voice and that message of support and recognition. Thank you. Sasha's at the Tweed. Dylan, you are heading home from the hospital. Man, you must be looking forward to getting back to your bed, are you? Who's your shout out for, Dylan? Hi.
Hey, I just wanted to shout out everyone in, I guess, all the hospitals across, South East Queensland, Northern New South Wales. There's a lot of staff who are, preparing to stay at the hospital to look after the patients. It's not just like doctors and nurses, it's also, kitchen staff, cleaners, security. But just wanted to shout out all of them. It means that a few of us can get home to our families during the night.
So let's show you.
Terrific. I'm glad to hear that you're out of hospital and heading home. Dylan, point well made, thank you very much. Who's your hero? Give him a shout out. 1300 222 612 is the telephone number. That's 1300 222 612. We'll try to take some of your song requests as well this afternoon. My name's Kat Feeney. It's 20 minutes past 2. You are on 612 ABC Radio, Brisbane and Queensland. An explainer on coastal erosion coming your way after the power outages can occur.
That's where I am.
You may lose your electricity, internet, mobile phone service, and
It's headed right for us.
outages can last for days or even weeks at a time.
It's a bit scary, mate.
Battery-powered radio may be your only source of information during an outage or in an emergency. Now is the time to check your radio.
It's big enough that we're still gonna feel it
and make sure it's tuned
before
to your
it
local
hits.
ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster. Keep cyclone coverage on 612.
And look at all of that under there.
Your emergency broadcaster.
See all that getting sucked down there.
The evacuation centres that are up and running across the southeast for you as well, recognising that everybody can check the Disaster Queensland website if you've got no electricity or you're trying to conserve power or your internet access has been wiped out. Communications do become tricky at this time, and Telstra
It's due to hit at like 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Interruptions to service, so they do have generators and crews at the ready to try and make sure that coverage is maintained. Of course, there are some extraordinary things happening at the beaches of Queensland, especially on the Gold Coast. Several people have been rescued. Authorities have warned that fines of more than $16,000 can be issued for reckless behaviour.
The danger they're putting our police service and any lifeguards in, like 3 hours was spent yesterday searching for someone on the jet ski, and they shouldn't have been at the ocean in the first place. It is astounding that there's a lack of consideration both for their personal safety and the safety of the resources.
That's the acting mayor of the Gold Coast, Donna Gates, saying that people are still risking their lives. There's been
if you're gonna go do stupid
beach
shit,
erosion at Main Beach. Pipes exposed, rock walls completely exposed. The high tides haven't helped. For more on on what exactly is going on, to make sense of what you're seeing, you're joined by Dr. Javier Leon, who's an expert in coastal erosion. Javier, you're with the University
one goes
of
right through
Sunshine
Caboolture.
Coast. First off, how are you doing in the face of
One
Alfred?
kind of goes up
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I think
Hammerstone Passage,
all day.
That's
and
what we
like
can do.
around
It's when
through
you
Beer
look at what
Barham,
you're seeing on the Gold Coast,
like around the
what are you thinking?
mountains.
I'm thinking back 1974.
The other one goes
when,
straight through,
massive,
like around all of the
like
islands,
cyclones and it goes
across
deep
Bribey
the Gold Coast and
to the
eroded
Glasshouse
everything. So
Mountains.
they are similar things we're seeing this time around.
And the last one's still
Tell
saying
me
that it'll
about
hit
some of the forces
between
at play.
here and
Can you
Brisbane
make sense
City.
of what we're seeing? We can see the big waves, we can see the foam, the winds, Javier, but can you put all of that into context? What's actually happening there?
So waves are generated by wind. So the stronger the wind, the longer it blows, and the bigger the area it goes over, the bigger the waves. And what we see with Alfred is this very slow moving cyclone that doesn't decide where to go to. So it's just been limiting around, and while it has done that, very strong winds have been pumped out of the center, and those are the waves we've been seeing not only the last few days, but for the last week. So it's been a very extended period of waves impacting our beaches.
Okay. And then what's the flow and effect of that? Once all the sand's washed away, what does that mean for the geography around those beaches?
So most of the time,
So I guarantee I will be filming this one way or the other.
Adapt to the increasing energy by kind of like flattening and losing all of the sand offshore, making those waves breaking further off. So where the big question we have now, and we will have in the next few weeks, is like, when is that sand coming back? And if it's coming back, because if it's not, then we have to make some interventions, and there are some fixes, so we can re-nourish some of those beaches, or we might just kind of like have to decide where
Still
to
showing
create
it going
some
past
instances. And I think this is a good time to think about, and instead of just having that reactive kind of like rebuilding stronger on the same place, we might be thinking or reassessing on where do we want to be next.
So this could forever change the face of the Gold Coast as we know it, Javier, is that what you're saying?
I think it's a really important conversation to have now, because this type of event is so unusual. I mean, the last one we saw was 50 years ago, but it's not the last one. So we will be seeing more of this in the coming decades, and the forecasts are showing us that they're going to become stronger and stronger. Even though they might be less frequent, when they come, they will be strong. So we need to reassess, and we need to plan for the future now.
Dr. Javier Leon with you from the University of Sunshine Coast, speaking about coastal erosion, something that is more than evident across
this is showing we're going to get
affected by tropical
smashed on the
cyclone
weekend.
Alfred at the moment on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. My name's Kat Beanie, and obviously our Bay Islands are bearing the brunt of the forces, the early forces, not yet the full force, but gee whiz, some of those winds. Gusts of 120 kilometres an hour, never mind the 12, and it's only set to intensify from here. What does it mean for the islands, especially as we do know that there was concern around the Sunshine Coast due to the way that Bribey has changed the breakthrough at Bribey Island over the last couple of years, Javier. So what's happening with our islands and in other parts of the bay?
Oh, they're fucked.
First of all, I really hope the communities living on those islands remain safe, and impacts are as minimum as possible. So I'm really hoping for that. We can see some incredible kind of like winds and waves already starting to develop. So offshore, we can see waves of 10 meters or even larger than that of Bradbrook and of Swift. Those waves and winds are definitely going to have a massive impact on all of those exposed areas of Bradbrook and Morton Island. Bribey, of course, Bribey was even affected before this, like so days ago when it had a minor breakthrough there.
So again, it's exposed a lot of those concerns, like the Golden Bay area, for example, some of that might get a lot more energy than expected. So again, I'm just hoping for the best and really hoping that those communities remain safe.
And then, Avia, sort of the infrastructure that is at risk when there is coastal erosion, can you give us a sense of the pressure points there?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the hard infrastructure, like seawalls, for example, they do a great job at protecting infrastructure behind it. The problem with these massive events is that they might exacerbate erosion in front of those seawalls, leaving all of that even more exposed, or it's like where the seawalls are continue, like those areas are even more exposed to energy and becoming like hotspots. So really hard to say specifically which sites and areas are going to get hit the most, but yeah, we just have to wait and see.
Okay. Javier, we'll leave it there for now. Appreciate your time and your insight this afternoon from the University of the Sunshine Coast, Dr. Javier Leon, who's an Associate Professor in Physical Geography. Now, just a reminder, the City of Gold Coast is advising you to stay indoors if you're listening in that area because of Alfred moving slowly towards the coast. There is going to be an increase in damaging winds. There's going to be that storm surge, heavy rain, potential flash flooding. There is a storm force wind warning in place for Gold Coast waters, as well as the Sunshine Coast and Moreton Bay. A strong wind warning for Harvey Bay and Gari coastlines, and there's a separate hazardous surf warning that is also current. Never mind the fact a flood watch is current for southeast Queensland. My name is Kat Feeney. In a moment, you'll be catching up with one of our reporters in the field, Joel Spreadborough. Is interested to find out what's happening with the animals of our warning area. Any advice for you if you're an animal owner, or indeed if you've noticed a few animals maybe walking by, looking for a place to shelter? What do you do? Do you take them in? What do you do? You'll hear from Joel Spreadborough shortly. Stay with me.
This is cyclone coverage on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland, your emergency broadcaster.
Great to have your messages of support, your shout-outs pouring through as well. Keep that coming. A little bit of sunshine on a grey and stormy day. 2:30 in Queensland on ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland. My name is Kat Feeney, and it's great to have the privilege to spend this time with you and connect with you. Do keep in touch. Hello to Fran at Yamundi. Actually, you, Fran, are the one that is the subject of the shout-out for love. Messages coming through for Fran at Yamundi, if you're listening, because you're holding down the fort for the whole town, apparently. And Fran, your efforts are not going unnoticed. We've had a few messages of support for you. Thank you very much. Shout-outs to the people who are still working at the open shop so the rest of us can get last-minute items. Thank you to Anonymous. Pop your texts along with your names through to 0467 so I can give you proper recognition on the radio. Hi to Irene at Stanford in the Valley there. Says, Kat, hi. Thanks for keeping up the pods about you. Convenient hint, as power goes out and people have to resort to flushing toilets by buckets, it's good to remember, if it's yellow, let it mellow. Brown, flush it down. Works great for hygiene, odour and water conservation. Best wishes to all, Irene, thank you. Hi to Josh, who says, good afternoon. I am vision impaired and using Siri to write this message, so apologies in advance for any errors. Lol. Good on you, Josh. I'm listening via the ABC Gold Coast 91.7 FM frequency in Nerang, and I'd like to give a huge shout out to all of the disability support workers who are assisting and helping people with disabilities through these unprecedented times. Josh, thank you very much. I think we're going to have a little interlude, a little musical interlude now, and I think we've got a great song request here from Steve Patto. Steve says, huge shout out to all my New South Wales and Queensland Emergency Service and Defence Force colleagues. Thank you for all that you do. New South Wales SBS Incident Controller for the Northern Rivers floods in 2022. was Steve Paddo, and this is his request. He says, at times like this, Joe Cockers with a little help from my friends.
Oh,
he is
good
always
song.
fitting. Couldn't agree more. Paddo, thank you, mate.
So guys, if there's anyone out there, I will accept donations for the obvious disaster relief that will be underway and kind of already is underway. PayPal only, because this will be copyrighted for all the music and stuff. I think I put it in the description for the video. Just I don't know. If it's not there, at me and I'll add it. Oh, this is scary. I'm already, I feel so bad for the people down on the Gold Coast and further south that are going to really be inundated with this horrible weather. They've already been through a lot. There's areas south of here that they're still not even recovered from the last time they flooded out. So yeah, it's a lot. But we'll persevere, move on, hopefully. Stay nice and safe.
All the time, yeah. I can't tell you, but it sure feels like that. Don't you know I'm gonna make you
There we go.
was recommended by someone who knows their way through Ricardo, who was an SES director in 2022, and I reckon that was an excellent recommendation. We'll see if we can squeeze another song in before 3 o'clock, but we've got a lot to get through. It's about 20 minutes to 3. You are on 612 ABC Radio, Brisbane in Queensland. My name's Kat Feeney. Keeping you company for the next little while. First up, you're expecting to hear from the Premier of Queensland with an important update about tropical cyclone Alfred at around 3 o'clock. So, look, we'll try and make sure that we get you that announcement ASAP, even if it means we have to delay our news. Of course, we are endeavouring to maintain a comprehensive news coverage hourly. We're also attempting to make sure that we get you that latest from the Bureau of Meteorology directly after our news breaks. So you can try and program your listening in the event of power outage. We need to preserve battery. So just to gain a reminder, we are pretty committed, we are obliged and determined to bring you rolling emergency coverage on Cyclone Alfred. We're not going anywhere, all through the day, all through the night. If you have trouble accessing AM radio, I'm just reminding you that we are now simulcasting our rolling coverage on the ABC Classic Brisbane frequency at 106.1 FM. You're going to have coverage maintained on both 612 AM and 106.1 FM for the duration of the cyclone and in the days that follow. Now, of course, you can still listen to ABC Classic in Brisbane through ABC Listen, online DAB Plus and Channel 27 on your television, so tell your friends and your family. You can tune into ABC Radio Brisbane rolling emergency coverage, both on 612 AM or 106.1 FM, on the Gold Coast 91.7 FM, digital radio, the Sunshine Coast 90.3 FM, and in southern Queensland 747 AM or 104.9 FM.
Hey Duke, welcome back.
Live across 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland. Covering cyclone Alfred. Call 1-300-222-612.
What do we do about the animals? That's the question I've been asking, so we're going to address that for you in a second. And when I say we, I mean my friend Joel Redler. And Joel is our roving reporter at ABC Radio Brisbane, and I know, Joel, you've been speaking with the RSPCA, but it sounds like you've stopped for lunch. Have you stopped? What's happening?
Thanks, mate.
Man's got to eat, Kathleen. It's one of those days, obviously, where everything is in a slightly surreal state. Business is closed everywhere. I've sort of just done the rounds of seeing what's open, what's closed, who's doing what, why are they doing it. In my area, Shayla Park Logan, the Hyperdome itself, completely sealed, aside from a local cafe open this morning. The underground car park being utilised by locals to protect their vehicles during the advent of the passing, I should say, of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. And other than that, going out Rockley Salisbury way, I found a supermarket open and people helping each other out. Some people there running errands for their elderly neighbours and family members. That beautiful sort of spirit on full display. Now, I just thought on the way back, I'd pop by Springwood, I should say Chatswood Central Shopping Centre. Of course, ABC listeners, 612 ABC listeners will recognise it because the one and only Steve Austin broadcast from here just over a week ago when we weren't really thinking about this current situation. Everything is closed pretty much here. There's an Indian food store that is open and also Empire Kebabs. Now, I've got Laurie here with me. You've decided to stay open today, basically for as long as you can. What's the current plan?
We just don't know. As long as it's healthy for us to stay here, we're going to be in here. And just some people are not aware of the Facebook and everything, so they don't know where it's open, what is closed. That's why coming in here, we're just telling them, like, come and go, or if they need something, like a little water or something, you can supply it as well.
Okay, and when I got here, you had both tables outside for a couple of people lining up as well. I spoke to a few people coming in here who were just coming looking for supermarkets, then working out, they're not open. Then they're obviously coming over here to get a hold of that water, that sort of thing. It seems like you've been doing a pretty steady trade.
Yesterday was pretty good, actually, and today, the village closed yesterday was 3 o'clock. And then at this stage, the police, I think, closed about 1 o'clock. So when Woolies in here, we were doing a job. But as soon as Woolies closes, the traders down. But at this stage, you still can see people like keep coming and going. And like as I told you, I live about 600 meters away. That's why as long as it's safe to be in, I'll keep it open. It's just that money is a service thing, because what if people, what if someone doesn't have water? What if someone doesn't have food? Yes, with money or without money, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. Now, your stock, obviously, it's a fairly perishable inventory you have on hand here. What measures have you taken to safeguard? It's all about this power outage. If the power outage happens about 12 to 48 hours, according to the Queensland Government Health and Safety site, it's good for at least 1 or 2 days. But we have frozen some, like a buckets of water inside. I mean, extend the life. Like 2 or 3 days should be okay, as long as we don't open it. However, if it's longer than, you're going to have a free killer for everybody. Well, don't worry, I'll take a little bit off your hands right now, light the load a little bit for you. Nori, I want to wish you all the best. I know you're busy, you've had just a couple of customers rock up now to head in to get some lunch or to get some water, as you say, helping out with that as well. Wishing you and your staff all the very best over the next couple of days. Thank you very much, and likewise, and stay safe. There you go, that's Nori from Empire Kebabs here. Now, Kat, as you mentioned a little earlier, this was earlier in the week, I was out Raby Bay Way, walking with the police, doing some door knocking, and a little bird landed on my windscreen and started pecking on the windscreen, saying, how you go, mate, you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm okay, you okay? He looked a little distressed, but I didn't really know what the answer was. How do you help an animal, a wild animal, in this situation? Because we know, as wild animals, those predator instincts kick in. They're not always entirely comfortable around humans. So I thought I'd go out and have a chat to the team who is on deck, basically as much as they can be, aside from the passing of tropical cyclone Alfred when that happens. But they are 24/7 around those times. They're the ones that are on call for wildlife that you might stumble across and you're not quite sure how to look after. But not just that, our own pets. Anyone with pets at home might have noticed them acting a little bit strangely this week. They can just sense it, can't they? So I went out there this morning to Wacol and had a chat to the Wildlife Emergency Rescue team to see how they're going about helping our furry friends through this emergency. I'm here with Joe Jordan, the Wildlife Operations Manager with RSPCA Queensland. We're at the RSPCA Wildlife Hospital, which has got a little bit going on at the moment, Joe. What's the role you guys are playing over the next few days?
So our hospital is obviously here for any sick and injured wildlife that people might come across. However, we obviously, with the pending cyclone, we ask that people just don't put themselves at risk. If you do find injured wildlife, if you can keep it contained and safe and warm until it's safe to move about. And obviously our rescue teams as well are here for any advice that people might need.
If you do find an animal, obviously keeping it safe and well, where do you draw the line as far as wild animals not being used to humans, thinking we might be predators, becoming distressed? So there's some obvious signs that our attempts at care might not be working?
So for any wildlife, they are wild animals. It's their natural instinct to not seem like they are sick or injured, because that is pretty much a sign for predators to pick on them. So it is really hard with wildlife, and that's why you should seek some advice from a professional.
Now, I noticed in there's piles and piles of branches, trees, there's fruit, there's mice, there's a veritable buffet going on. How much supply have you got as far as keeping the animals that come in fed over the next few days?
Yep, so just like anyone making their preparations at home, we've also had to make preparations for the animals that we might have in care for the next few days. So having a supply that will get us through to well into next week, and making sure that the animals are well fed and we're keeping them safe and well.
And how are your staff doing?
My staff are doing very well. I've got an amazing team here. I have to take my hat off to our awesome team of nurses and vets and animal students. We obviously couldn't do this without them.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are doing an amazing job in a difficult time. Now, can you give me a couple of examples? I've had a quick walk through and seen a couple of new members of the team. What's come in so far?
So we've actually had a 10-week-old flying fox come through, which sadly was found out at Bowen Hills, face down in some mud, nicknamed Earthworm, and yeah, at the moment in pretty good spirits, happy being fed, and yeah, when it's safe to do so, we'll get it out to care and hopefully get it out to release with the colony when all is well.
Earthworm.
Yes, Earthworm. I did not nickname it, but yeah, obviously.
All of Australia are hearts and very much with that town right now. They're been through so much. James Wilson is there. Yes, James, you've got to feel for everyone there. What is the latest? What are they facing?
Particularly special care.
Absolutely, Davina, and everybody's keeping their eyes on the Wilsons River to my left. It has exceeded minor flooding level. It's around 4.4 metres at the moment, really climbing rapidly. It's come up around 2 metres just this morning. It is expected to reach moderate flooding later this evening. That's at around 7 metres, and of course it could exceed major flooding tomorrow morning. That is at 9.7 metres, Davina. Just down there is the town's levee. That is the only thing standing in the way of the Wilsons River and the Lismore CBD and that mass destruction that we've seen in the past. That topples at around 10.7 metres, so they are hoping there is a bit of a buffer there, but really the main concern right without power, and I've just spoken to Essential Energy who say it's too dangerous to send their workers out to fix these problems, so they'll need to stand down and wait until this system passes, until they can get out and restore power. What it means for residents is they need to hunker down. They could be without power for several days now, so we saw them stocking up a little bit earlier. Davina, there are 25 evacuate now orders in place, particularly for communities along the Wilsons River and the Richmond River to my south, and even further south to Port Macquarie. We spent a bit of time in town this morning too. All the businesses, well, they're prepared this time round. No one's taking any chances. We spoke to Brendan, a cafe owner. He was the last business to pack up shop. Here's what he had to say.
We knew it would happen. That's why everything's on wheels. We had time frames on how long everything would take to get out. Got the equipment ready to go into trailers and floats and that sort of stuff, and it all just rolls out.
Davina, all the businesses in town are shut up shop. There are Woolworths and Coles open further up at Ganella Bar, and of course you can imagine it's very bare at the moment. There are limits on bread and other essential items, and with no power for a lot of residents, they are currently stocking up on food and supplies to rough it out over the next few days.
It's pretty bare. I was lucky to get some bread. I've got no power at home, but out of flood zone, so bread and tuna and some apples.
We're really seeing the rain starting to come down. It's quite interesting. It moves in patterns, big gusts of wind and then heavy downpours, and then it goes slightly calm.
So that's south of
It is important to know with the category of cyclone, even if it does get downgraded, that won't be an indication of how much rain falls. So Lismore, regardless of the intensity of Alfred when it hits the coast, is expected to be in for a wild ride over the next few days. And the catchment of the Wilsons River sits to the north of Lismore, so all that rain we're seeing above this town will eventually filter its way down into Lismore, and we could see that extended flooding really into the weekend and into early next week.
It's going to dump a fuck ton of water. That water is going to come back towards us, and we're all still, like, we're going to get slammed, mate. More evacuation. Oh, that was 8 hours ago. Live update, 70,000 without power. I can't believe we've still got power here. It's crazy. So they're saying Saturday morning. Hammock has said he's only been experiencing light rain. Yeah, lucky him. How far south is he? He's in Sydney or something, isn't he? Something like that. Keep across where the cyclone is now. Let's check this tracker. Okay, so now this is back to saying that it's going to be between Brisbane and Caboolture. But if I go to like the official tracking map, which is Meteorology. He's in New South Wales, yeah. It just depends on where in New South Wales. Like, this is saying it's gonna hit me at like 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, maybe a little after 10. So if he's further south of Grafton, he might not get much more than a bit of rain. The alert is basically from Double Island Point to Grafton in New South Wales. I just hope everyone's going to be safe, and we've had enough time now to prepare, try and minimise that damage as much as we can. There's going to be a lot. Holy shit. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Now again, if I go back to windy, it gives you like options. So there's Alfred off the coast of Australia. Currently. Let's pull up the tracking. Man, I want to take a nap. So that's saying he's going to hit Bribie Island at like 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Which is about half an hour away from me. I'm feeling really spooked out, guys. It's so quiet. Heavy rainfall expected Saturday morning. No shit, really.
A word of wisdom on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. The storm will come and the wind will rise and the dust will threaten for you from your roof. Let the winds come. Let them rain and know that you will not break in this breeze. You will bend. Bend. Always bend, because you are made of more strength than you know. Because you are better than you break. Francis Whiting, good with you earlier here on 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland. My name is Kat Finney and Ellen Fanning is with you as well. Francis says the papers will still be put out. Ellen? That's right. Yes, it's very strange, anxious waiting. We had a caller yesterday who said it's rather like an overdue baby to those who've had that experience. It's kind of slightly tedious and anxiety-ridden all at the same time. The Premier of Queensland is about to give a 3 o'clock update. We might cross to that now. Plan as the Category 2 system continues to move towards the coast. We still don't have reports of inundation, which is tremendous, although the wave heights do remain dangerous, particularly on the Gold Coast, and I have an update regarding some significant erosion to the rock wall on the coast, and I've just spoken with the CEO of the Gold Coast Council. There's extreme erosion between the Southport Surf Lifesaving Club and Narrowneck, and the council engineers are actually assessing the damage at the moment, but there is some real risk to some of those council assets, including some of the stairs and the viewing platforms. Moments ago, staff from council just ushered some people who are on one of those platforms that the underneath of it has been severely eroded. Council is in the process of trying to cordon off that area, and the acting commissioner has only just tasked some resources from police as well. The message to people surely is that standing on a viewing platform in the middle of an event like this is not something you should be doing, and the fact that resources are having to be diverted there is not a great use of resource, and it's certainly not something that's conducive to what we want to be seeing. So the message is clear right now, being out on 612 ABC Brisbane. It's a couple of minutes past 3 on. You've been listening to the Premier, David Crisafulli. He's giving an update at about 3 o'clock. He began that update, repeating some of the information he'd provided for us earlier in the day. We can go back to him now. Since we last addressed you at 10 a.m, there's been 307 requests for assistance from the SES. A lot of those are for tarp roofs, but there's also been some sandbagging, so there's also been 36 requests in the Southern Downs, so that's preparatory work. We thank the SES for doing what they are doing. 107 on the Gold Coast and 44 in Brisbane, so the other big numbers. The Queensland Fire Department have responded to 20 incidents today. Police have had 76 calls for assistance. 59 roads impacted on the Gold Coast. To door knocking, there's been 9,000 homes door knocked today. The police minister is actually out with some of those young recruits, going door to door and making people aware of the impending rainfall that's coming. We thank him, but more importantly, we thank the recruits who are yet to graduate from the academy, and they're having their first taste of community service, and we thank them for that. There is now 30 disaster refuges that have been declared from council. They are all on the website, which is disaster.qld.gov.au. That's disaster.qld.gov.au. It is particularly important that people who have made a plan when it comes to the potential for evacuation, if you are in some of those low-lying
areas that might experience either storm surge as part of those council maps or those river floods, river and creek floods. Matt from the Bureau will brief you shortly about some of the impending predictions of the weather system that could lead to those flooding in those parts, and it's important that people do plan to know where those centres are if they're required. Of course, the best place to be is with friends and family, and we continue to articulate that. So the four key challenges, waves, wind, rainfall and flooding, exist, and they exist for different areas at different times. All eyes have been on the Gold Coast today, and indeed in parts of the Redlands, and particularly the island communities. But as the system comes across, the likelihood of that rainfall and the potential for flooding will mean that other parts of that system will be in the firing line, and it's important that people do the preparation ahead of that. Rainfall today, since 10 a.m, the bulk of the falls have only been between 40 and 50 mil, which is tremendous, and the Scenic Rim, Springbrook, Running Creek, so that takes their totals to around about 200 millimetres in a little over 24 hours, with major rainfall still expected. There is a potential for flooding in the rivers and creeks, and we'll ask Matt to touch on that shortly. A couple of other updates. The Redlands Satellite Health Centre has temporarily closed due to potential flood risk, but critical medical equipment has been relocated, as has the staff. So if there are people who require kidney dialysis or chemotherapy, they will still get that treatment. That has been communicated directly to them. The Manly Primary Care Clinic has temporarily closed for safety, and that's related to backup power supply. Staff have also been redeployed. All hospitals remain open for emergency care, and we will continue to articulate that. I've said that we have staff there around the clock. Obviously, elective surgery has been cancelled, and we'll continue to not only relay that message to the individual patients through those health and hospital networks, we'll also do that daily to keep people updated, but those hospitals are there for people in their hour of need, and we sincerely thank everyone involved in that. Finally, courts and tribunals in those cyclone warning areas between Gympie and indeed the border, extending west to Ipswich and Gatton. Matters will be adjourned until future dates, although urgent matters are being heard remotely in Townsville, Cairns and Rockhampton, and we thank those people for that assistance. Before I hand over to Matt, I just wanted to say again to everyone involved, and I mean everyone involved, thanks for the efforts in the way that you have handled this event until now, and we're most grateful for the way that Queenslanders are dealing with the impending cyclone. Over to you, Matt.
And it's 7 minutes past 3 on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. Ellen Fanning with you all the way through till 7 o'clock tonight, giving you all the information that you need to stay safe, giving you the information that you need to prepare as Tropical Cyclone Alfred makes its way towards the coast. Our focus this afternoon is to also keep you up to date with what's happening with Energex. Tens of thousands of you are without power. And we also want to focus on what you can expect in the next 24 hours before Alfred makes landfall during that crossing and the aftermath. Knowledge is power, and we're committed to keep you up to date and prepared, as well as keeping you company. Here's what you need to know this afternoon. 46,036 homes in southeast Queensland are without power this afternoon, and Energex has warned it could be a week or more before power is restored in some places. Queenslanders have already done heroic work to be ready. Listen to this, 1 million sandbags have been distributed. Let me give you some information about what you should do in various areas. If you are in a low-lying area, you need to have your evacuation plan finalised. If you are unsure of whether you should leave your home for a family or friend's home or a refuge centre to ride out the cyclone, go to disaster.qld.gov.au. There you will find all local government dashboards and flood maps. You can look up your own home, assess your risk, and make your evacuation plan. Here is some very important up-to-date information for regions in the path of the cyclone. For Redland City Island communities, that's the Southern Bay, Moreton Island, Coochie Mudlow, Lamb Island, the Clay Island, Peel Island, Russell Island, and North Stradbroke Island, Binjeraba, You've all been advised, as you well know, last night to take shelter now. That recommendation is still in place. On the Gold Coast and Moreton Bay Regional Council areas, there is a stay indoors alert. Now, this is new information here for people on the Sunshine Coast and the Scenic Rim. You will move to a take shelter warning from 6 o'clock tonight. You will be advised on the Sunshine Coast and in the Scenic Rim to shelter in place by 6 p.m. tonight. We're expecting an update from the Brisbane City Council as well in the course of the afternoon. As you just heard the Premier say, there are 30 places of refuge in South East Queensland. They are listed at disaster.qld.gov.au. If you're listening in northern New South Wales, there's 19 evacuation centres open in New South Wales. Here's a bit of advice. If you are evacuating, bring essential documents, a sleeping bag or bedding, and some medication. Acting Police Commissioner Shane Chileppi has been out with the hundreds of police recruits knocking on doors, advising people who are at risk. Here's what he had to say in a press conference with the Premier a little earlier this morning.
We are now preparing for the flash flooding and heavy riverine flooding that we've heard the bombs speak about. We will see impact throughout the day to local roads, so please do not drive through floodwaters. If you do have to be on the road, plan your route and please understand your risks. While our emergency services will continue to respond to these issues, we are preparing for that flash and major riverine flood. Councils have their flood maps available on their dashboards, so please make yourself aware of that and have a plan in place. If you know you have to leave, prepare for that, understand when you have to leave and where you're going to go if you are in those flood impact zones. We also, today, while it's safe to do so, still have emergency services out door knocking for those at-risk residents in those flood zones. So if emergency services come to your door to provide you advice, please listen to that advice and understand that if you are going to leave, when are you going to leave, where are you going to go? And finally, now is not the time to be undertaking sightseeing, particularly on the Gold Coast, and to participating in that at-risk behaviour. Please stay safe.
As I said earlier, 46,000 odd homes in South East Queensland are without power. Energex warning it could be a week or more before power is restored in some areas. Here's the Premier, David Crisafulli, speaking just a couple of hours ago, and he was updating Queenslanders on all the preparation that's been done to deal with the interruption to electricity supply, water supply, as well as mobile phone outages.
There are large parts of the population in the southeast without power, particularly some of those islands and indeed in the Gold Coast area. The moment it is safe to do so, those crews will be hooking into action to reconnect. We understand how important having electricity is at all times, but particularly after a disaster. When you're cleaning up and you need a good night's sleep, we understand that. 1,200 staff have been pre-positioned, and there are 800 Ergon staff at the other end of the state who are ready to return the favour to their mates down here from what we saw a few weeks ago. Water, there are 34 different water treatment plants in that area. All of them have been assessed, and many of them have been fortified to handle that, and I'm very confident in the ability to meet the water supply in the short and the long term. Telecommunications will be a challenge, of course. It always is in an event. As part of our regular meetings, we do have representatives from the telcos there. Now, they have pre-position generators as well, following our discussion earlier in the week. Our role will be to make sure that we work with councils to door knock in those areas. If we need to get messages out to part of the community that isn't covered by telecommunications, if those systems do go down, we will have people going door to door to deliver a message. Virtual healthcare services, which are available 24/7, have been stepped up. Those emergency departments are there, and they are there for people who need help in an emergency. There's even the ability for some of those health staff to be accommodated there if required to make sure that we can keep those key medical facilities open. And we are very grateful for the fact that health service providers would be willing to do that and come into work at a time when they also have friends and family that they would like to be with as well. So we're deeply grateful for that. In events like this, there are always little moments of magic. And overnight, a set of twins were drawn on damage on the island. And we had paramedics and midwives who assisted the mum, and they continued to care for her. And that's one of those little gems in an otherwise really stressful time for everybody.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Imagine having a baby in the middle of this. I'm sure women will. Also, you need to know this hour, public transport is closed from Noosa to the border from tomorrow. Supermarkets, as you may have found, are open on a case-by-case basis. As you know, the schools and early childcare centres are closed today. The Premier has said he will make an announcement on Sunday night about whether schools and childcare centres will be open Monday. The Premier will let you know Sunday night whether your kids are going to school and childcare on Monday. The SES has stood down their crews from midday today. Midday today they stopped, but they are standing by, ready to provide assistance the minute it's safe to do so. In the meanwhile, the police stand ready to help you. Dial 000 in an emergency. There are ADF personnel available. Swift water rescue crews have been pre-positioned in vulnerable areas, along with health workers, some of whom apparently were delivering babies overnight. Hey, those major shopping centres are still offering you the opportunity to park undercover for free until the cyclone subsides. They've opened their boom gates to let cars and motorbikes in. That includes Westfield shopping centres in Brisbane at Mount Gravatt, Chermside, North Lakes, Carindale, as well as the Indooroopilly shopping centre and the Toowong shopping centre. On the Gold Coast, you can park your car at Westfield Coomera or Westfield Helensvale. And just on refuelling your car, large parts of the service station network will close by 4 o'clock this afternoon. This means fuel deliveries to most service stations will largely stop from this afternoon and resume when it's safe to do so. The authorities say there is no shortage of fuel. Listeners should use their fuel price apps like Petrol Spy and Motormouth to check which service stations are open and which stations are closed. And again, they're closed for safety reasons. Coming up to 16 minutes past 3 on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland.
ABC Radio Emergency Information.
Rosa Hoff is a senior forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology, which is updating us every hour officially about the path of tropical cyclone Alfred. Lovely to meet you, Rosa. Tell me, where is Alfred now?
Lovely to meet you too. Okay, at the moment, Tropical Cyclone Alfred is located 120 kilometres east-southeast of Brisbane, so that's 5 kilometres closer than it was an hour ago, and 85 kilometres east-northeast of the Gold Coast. It is still moving broadly westerly, but we have been expecting it to change direction and head in a more northwesterly direction pretty soon, at some point this afternoon.
Okay, and what's the significance of moving to the north and the west? Because we have listeners all over the Gold Coast who are seeing this extraordinary erosion on the coastline, huge drops on the coastline to the point that boardwalks and stairs and all the rest of it are in danger of being eroded away. They've seen huge gale force winds there. But it's been eerie here in Brisbane. The skies are dark, there's a little wind through the trees, but that's about it. And people are not wishing this thing to come, but wondering when it will.
Yeah, that's very much the story of a cyclone. It's a north and a south of the system kind of situation at the moment. So now, Tropical Cyclone Alfred, like all tropical cyclones in the southern hemisphere, is spinning in a clockwise direction. So the fact that it's sitting essentially out, to that easterly direction of the northern Gold Coast, it just means that we have those really strong and pronounced winds coming from the east, those easterly winds coming into the Gold Coast, and they are pushing the ocean at the same time as whipping those waves up into a frenzy. For the north of the system, because the winds are spinning around, we can see that wind directions have actually been a really stable northeasterly direction all through the day today in Brisbane because it is further north. So as the system does start to track, it means we'll see a change in those wind directions. So those particularly strong and destructive, even at times, winds that we're seeing on the south of the system will be able to reach an area of the Queensland coastline that is further north than it currently is at the moment. But it does mean that some of those really significant impacts will be seen a bit further north as well. Now that's really consistent with the messaging that we're seeing with, advice changing for different regions, especially as we head into tonight. So sort of think about your plans over the next 3 hours, over the rest of the evening as well, because that weather is just getting closer as the cyclone shifts. Now, at the moment, we do have gale force winds ongoing parts of the Gold Coast. I can see up at Gold Coast Airport, we have been getting gusts of just under 100 kilometres per hour quite recently in the last 30 minutes as well. So it's certainly very blowy down there. Gold Coast Seaway is gusting gales as well.
Right.
Now, we will see those winds creep up further and further towards Brisbane. There is a chance we might not see some of the strongest ones until a little bit closer to midnight. So, certainly don't put your take your finger off the pulse just yet, because this is exactly the behaviour we're expecting with the cyclone further south. It's, as it comes further north, as the winds that are spinning clockwise around it begin to expose, especially the Redlands area, the Moreton Bay Islands, with Madeira, North Stradbroke Island, and of course Mongolpin, Moreton Island, as well as a number of the small ones, just experiencing those impacts a bit sooner. It will continue to be really significant in there. We are lucky that, those islands out to our east do shield us from some of the waves that we might see close to Brisbane, but conditions out in the water are likely to still continue to be very, very dangerous and very hazardous. One of the most concerning things that we're seeing with the weather so far is just, those wave heights off on the coast. Now, we do continue to have a hazardous surf warning and a coastal hazards warning for damaging surf and abnormally high tides. Now, that hazardous surf warning is saying that the weather on the water is making it dangerous to be in it or on top of it. The coastal hazard warning for abnormally high tides and damaging surf, that's saying that the water is causing problems on the land. So we are starting to see, as you say, that coastal erosion. And we're going to likely continue to see that over the coming 24 hours at least in different parts of our Queensland coastline, as well as just south of the border down in northern New South Wales as well. Now, in terms of those high tides, we do, of course, as I mentioned, have cyclone Alfred unfortunately pushing the ocean a bit closer than we really prefer to have it. And that's going to be really particularly notable at our high tides. Now, for those of you who might live close to the coast, but maybe you're not as much of a mariner as others, we see high tides every day, twice a day. So we see, at the moment, one in the afternoon and one in the very early morning. They're not the same height when we see those high tides, so we are expecting to see a smaller high tide, actually in about 20 minutes at 3:40 p.m. And then we'll see that go back down again until the middle of the night. Then we're expecting our most significant high tides for the next sort of 18 to 24 hours to occur at 4:45 a.m. So there's a good chance a number of people will be asleep when we start to see those tides and the height of the ocean surface at quite a significant level in there as well. So let's keep in mind, and if you start to notice those tides going down after the high tides coming up in 20 minutes, unfortunately that's not going to be a symptom of an ability to relax. We'll have to keep watching.
Yeah, Rosa, there's so many texts coming in from people who are at once anxious to know what's going on and exhausted from hearing about it, really overwhelmed. Complacency is something we need to guard against. We are very well prepared, 1 million sandbags have gone out. We've had days to do this. The authorities are astonishingly well prepared, and information does arm you.
Funny how that was so well prepared for it.
It's really useful, what you've just said, and I've understood as you were speaking. I've opened the radar. If you Google the bombs radar, you can look at it for 128 kilometres around Brizzy or 240 or 500. And so what all you forecasters have been saying is if you're south of the big blob off the coast or over the coastline, that's where you're going to get the rain. And you're saying to me, well, the big blob is in such a position that it's dumping rain and
no, she's fine. She's somewhere.
Moving north.
I don't know where she is right now.
Midnight,
She's
which
sleeping.
I know we've heard before, but as it gets closer, you guys get more accurate. As it moves north, we're south of it here in Brisbane and so forth. So that's the point you're trying to make.
I'm pooped, man.
The blue skies and saying, really? Rosa Hoff is with me,
snacks
from the Bureau of Meteorology. Just
water,
tell me about
toilet paper,
point, because we're now all sort of experts, aren't we? We could
got my go bag, prepped and ready to go.
Then you get the eye of the cyclone, that's the crossing, and then you get the other half of the event. So when's the intermission between part one and part two? When's the crossing?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question because with Category 2 on the cards and potentially even just Category 1 as it crosses, Tropical Cyclone Alfred doesn't have the kind of structure that's going to lead to a really, really clear lull in the middle. Instead, we're likely to see a bit more of a prolonged event, especially in terms of some of that rainfall.
Yeah.
Now, Alfred's structure at the moment is more so bands of rain that are wrapping into the centre of the system. So there isn't a big wall in the middle with a hole punch cut out of it that you might get in a really severe cyclone like a Cat 4 or Cat 5. Instead, what we've got is a lot of rain that's wrapping around. Now, rain gets water often
sometime
from
tomorrow morning,
the ocean. So that's part of the reason why the winds that are coming from the ocean are full of rain. And so areas that are in those really set easterly winds, are particularly down in
sometime Saturday morning,
hundreds of millimetres already so far. They're seeing a lot of that rain wrapping in because they're south of the system. Up in Brisbane, the northern suburbs of Brisbane, including the areas around the Redcliffe Peninsula, which has today been, on our trackers, one of the positions that we might see the centre of the system
should hit me around 10 o'clock,
areas,
like the actual
we're going to have
body of it.
Wrapping in, but further north at the moment, the winds are coming from over
it's going to
so they're
hit
not picking up as much water that's evaporated over the ocean, so they're just literally drier. There's just not that much rain there. And that's what Alfred's doing at the moment, is keeping the rain largely off of Brisbane, but it's pulling it all into the south just because it's spinning in a clockwise direction. So as it goes north,
Bribey Island is pretty much the trajectory as it heads.
And then Sunday we're going to have a fuck ton of rain.
Tomorrow morning.
So we are looking at late tomorrow morning, potentially even early afternoon, and somewhere around that Redcliffe Peninsula area, to southern parts of Bribey Island, but there's absolutely a chance that this thing could cross anywhere from the northern Gold Coast, particularly all the way up to Noosa, and we do continue to have a tropical cyclone warning current from Double Island Point all the way down to Grafton in New South Wales, so definitely need to keep an eye on that one, and as I said, updates are happening every hour.
Rosa Hoff, thank you so much.
Happy to help.
In Rosa Hoff, we'll be talking to her at 10 past the hour every hour through till 7 o'clock when the next senior forecaster from the Bureau of Meteorology will be rostered on. 25 minutes past 3 on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. I'm a lot clearer now as to why we're all on standby in Brisbane here, and yet when we look out at the sky between the slow-moving clouds,
the sun was just out.
Sky. As a result of the fact that Alfred is dumping all that weather and rain and wind to the south of the system, we've seen a huge number of people lose power today, particularly on the Gold Coast. The number of people who are without power at the moment has just increased to 46,692, including 38,750 of you on the Gold Coast.
Wow.
Chris Graham is from Energex. Who's lost power in the Goldie? Take me through it.
Hey Alan, yes, so Gold Coast has definitely been topping the brunt of that, and main areas are, bigger waters. We've got, Broadbeach has got a few customers in there. Burley Waters is, well over 2,000, Coolangatta is near 4,000, so around that sort of area, but it's all over the Gold Coast. There's no
I should have bought more jerky.
Completely, one that's not getting anything at all, so,
But why is it, I read somewhere that the Tugan substation had been knocked out. Is that the problem?
Look, no, there's a whole range of different things. I've seen a lot of poles that have been damaged. I've seen a lot of wires that have been down through trees that have been falling through the lines. Of some trees that saw of a transformer that had exploded around that Tugan area. We've not been able to get crews through to there to get confirmation yet. So there's about 3,500 people out in that Tugan area. But yeah, we're just waiting to get a safe window to get our crews back out and able to assess the damage and then start working on plans for repairs.
Does that suggest they are not out trying to restore power at the moment on the Gold Coast?
Correct. On the Gold Coast, we haven't been able to get crews out repairing work. Obviously, with the weather as it is and electricity, that work doesn't mix, and the wind speeds and things like that. We're continuously monitoring it. I was talking to the crew down there just earlier. They're constantly monitoring when there's going to be a window of opportunity. It doesn't look like there's anything at the moment, but yeah, we'll keep assessing that.
All right, the other area affected, Chris Graham from Energex, is Redlands city, which means that local government area.
She's hiding in her castle right now.
6,304 customers affected there. What's the situation there?
Yeah, very similar. So a lot of those customers that are off are on the island. So we've got Macleay Island, Lamb Island, Carragara, Fishmolo, Russell Island. There's significant outages on all of those. And we did manage to get a crew out to Fishmolo late last night. So.
Now, is it true that the mayor actually jumped up and down and said, no, people on Coogee can't get out until Monday from lunchtime yesterday. Please, 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 energy, go fix it.
I couldn't, I'm not aware of whether that's the case or not, but I know we definitely did get a crew going and look, and they managed to get some repairs done around the 7 p.m. mark, and I think a few hours later the storm has taken the supply back out again. The harbour master has said, keep off the waterways, and we need to respect that so that we're not putting our staff and marine people at risk by trying to get over those islands during this time.
And so, give me some context around the statement from Energy that there could be a risk of the powers restored.
Oops.
Yeah, what we're saying is that we need to cut off the various cyclones down a particular area, and we're saying to customers, prepare for the worst impacted areas to be having an outage of at least a week, if not possibly longer. And you've only got to look back to 2023 Christmas storms that some of those worst impacted areas were around a week, if not a little bit more. Just because the access into the area is very difficult, we've got to make sure that we've got all the safe access in and out, and equipment in and out, and all the isolation and stuff. So we want customers to be prepared. That this could be prolonged outages in areas, but we really need to wait and see what the cyclone gives us.
And ditto to Scenic Rim, where there's 1,544 people in the same boat.
That's it, and we're expecting to see those numbers continue to rise. They've been rising most of the day. We've had crews in other areas where it has still been safe to get them out and working, but that will become less and less as the cyclone gets closer.
All right, thank you very much. Let me check the hotline number is correct to ring if your power goes out or your sea light power line, 13 19 62.
So 13 19 62, that's if you see the power lines down, that's our life-threatening line. So if you've got wires down, really important point, you've got to stay at least 10 metres away. Never assume that they're de-energised. Any wire down is dangerous. Stay at least 10 metres away, keep everyone else away, call us on that number. Now, it might be a prolonged period before we can get to that site, but at least let us know. Keep everyone away and keep your patience while we are getting to it. If you've got just a power outage, we pretty much know about all the power outages, so if it's just a power outage, no need to call us at the moment. But if you see those wires down, that's the critical one. And if there's anything life-threatening, 000 is the number you need to call.
Good on you, Chris. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. And I should repeat what the Premier says. I think there's 1,200 Energex folks and another 400 backing you up, ready to get out and get us reconnected when it's safe to do so.
That's it, Ellen. Yep, we're ready to go as soon as it's safe.
Okay, Chris Graham from Energex on the line there. You can go to Energex outages, same as I am, if you want a bit of doom scrolling, and watch how many customers are affected in southeast Queensland. It's updated every 15 minutes. Just Google emergency outages. Energex, 49,914 people affected right at the moment.
Cyclone watches and warnings are issued when a cyclone could make landfall soon. Understand your risks and make sure you start preparing early. For the latest updates, stay listening to
It's just so nice that all of these people that were like, oh yeah, we're family.
And let me just update you on what we know this afternoon. The
Let's
cyclone
never
is still in place
not talk to each other ever again.
Point to Grafton, and it's operating as a Category 2 cyclone off the coast.
The fucking cyclone. Do you think any of them are ringing to check on me?
Per hour, creeping towards us here at 120 kilometres east southeast of Brisbane, 85 kilometres east northeast of the Gold Coast. Anywhere south of where it is copping a battering today. Gale force winds on the Gold Coast up to 100 kilometres an hour, and enormous amounts of erosion that we have seen from Southport to Narrow Neck. Stairs and viewing platforms and other full infrastructure look like they might be wrecked on the Gold Coast as a result of all this. The tropical cyclone is tracking up to the north and the west, and therefore As it does so, more of us are going to be south of it. More of the population centre in southeast Queensland is going to be south of it. So initially Logan will be affected. Then, of course, Brisbane and the Redlands area. The Sunshine Coast will be to the north of it for much of the time. The suspicion at this stage is that it will cross Moreton Bay sometime on Saturday, and perhaps even into Saturday afternoon will cross the coast. They can't be specific at this particular point about where it could happen. It was looking that Bridie would be in the middle of it all, but indeed we just heard from the Weather Bureau it could be as far north as Noosa. And again, the thing to remember is if you are south of the cyclone, you get more effects from the cyclone because, of course, the easterly winds are pushing the water, the rain and the winds further on that side of the clockwise moving cyclone. Things to know about a cyclone. It's windy. Trees are down. We're already seeing the power outages.
It's windy.
Wind gusts of 90 to 120 kilometres per hour. And secondly, when this event gets underway in your part of the world, it will be loud. The strongest winds are near the eye, which is why the Bureau keeps talking about it. And as cyclones get closer and that kidney bean shape on the track map reaches the coast, the wind will get stronger, gusting up to 155 kilometres per hour as Alfred crosses the coast, so it will be loud. And at this stage, as they're saying, that eye, which is the middle of the cyclone, so there's a huge event before and after it, the middle of the cyclone, potentially crossing Moreton Bay late tonight into tomorrow morning and crossing the mainland sometime between 10, 12 even into the afternoon on Saturday, 25 minutes to 4. This is a serious event.
Yes,
what
I am.
We need to do
I'm not on the toilet, don't worry.
Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. We absolutely need to prepare for the worst. This is already having an impact.
There is a cyclone incoming.
The slowing of Cyclone Alfred in its journey westward to the coast, we should not think that slower means better. Absolutely right. 1300 222 612 is my number for any calls, questions that you may have. We're speaking to experts all afternoon. And if you want to pose a question for Rosa from the Bureau of Meteorology, go ahead on the text line 0467 922 612. Listen to this from Di. Would it be possible to repeat the number of alternative frequency for ABC? Yes, I can, Di. Yes, I can. Here you go. Across the coming days, you'll be able to find our continuing coverage on several ABC radio stations. Take note of the frequencies because if you lose one, you can retune your radio into others. And if you've got somebody who was born in the last 15, 18 years, you can explain what retuning is. Across Brisbane and South East Queensland, we're on 612 AM or digital radio. We're also now broadcasting on FM from 3 o'clock this afternoon. Welcome to Classic FM listeners. Our broadcast will go out across Classic FM. The frequency to tune to is 106.1. 106.1. So we're conscious, Classic FM listeners, that you need information too, and frankly, we didn't want to take the risk of you hearing too much of this. Or even Wagner of this. So with my voice, I'm going to go for this. On the Gold Coast, you can listen on 91.7 FM or on digital radio. On the Sunshine Coast, 90.3 FM. In Gympie, 8:55 AM or 15:66 AM. In Southern Queensland, 7:47 AM or 104.9 FM. You'll also find us on Channel 25 on your television. 22 minutes to 4. Just ahead, how can we keep our children calm tomorrow during what will be a stressful time? A child mental health expert has some tips for you. That's coming up next.
Cyclone watches and warnings are issued when a cyclone could make landfall soon. Understand your risk and make sure you start preparing early. For the latest updates, stay listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Tonight and into tomorrow there will be sounds and activity outside our homes. It could be pretty unsettling not only for us adults but especially for our children. So how to prepare your child for a cyclone and what it might bring. Dr. Andrea Baldwin is from the Queensland Centre for Perinatal and Infant Mental Health. Dr. Andrea, welcome. What sort of chats should we be having with kids right now? I'll say primary school age children and younger.
Good afternoon, Helen and listeners. The kinds of chats that we should be having with children need to be based around 5 principles. We want children to feel safe, we want them to feel calm, connected, have a sense of empowerment or agency, and hope. And so those are the 5 things that will keep them afloat through preparation, response, and recovery. So some parents try to avoid discussing the cyclone with their children, but even these little ones, they're picking up scraps of adult conversations, information from the media, from peers, they're tuning into the general anxiety around them. They're trying to integrate their own sensory experiences, and they need opportunities to make meaning out of all that fragmentary information.
And how do you do that?
Well, it's important to use language that your child can understand and relate to, and for little ones, a storybook can really help, because words on their own are a bit abstract. So that's why my team has produced the Birdie Tree books. You might have been hearing about Birdie and the cyclone, but there are others like Birdie and the storm, Birdie and the flood. Books that can just help little people to understand what is happening, the fact that there's always going to be someone to help, and that they can get through something even really big and be safe and well and happy on the other side.
You're listening to Dr. Andrea Baldwin, Queensland Centre for Perinatal and Infant Mental Health, saying talk to your kids. There's some resources that she's referring you to that can reassure children. It is going to be loud. It's going to be very loud. That's what our friends in North Queensland tell us to prepare for in the Northern Territory. Very windy, very loud, and that can go on for many hours. How do you prepare children for that? Lots of thumps and bumps in the middle of the night, or indeed the middle of the day, and it could go dark in the sky.
Yes, that's right, and that's why the book about hazards for little ones, to be able to just show them. It might look like this, it might sound like this, and then it's the source sounding or it's scary. It's really important to talk about what feelings they might be feeling too. They might feel sad, or scared, or worried, or nervous. So helping children to put the words to the feelings and express them, and to express them to other means as well. They might not easily express cuddles.
They send you to a place where even the emergency services aren't allowed. Bloody hell! Budget caps don't take me away, Mitch. I'm pretty sure this tide will. Shit, there's a blue bottle. I haven't seen this much blow since the Vanity Fair after party. And nor have I seen anything blow this hard since I visited Epstein Island. Yep, they're telling you to put all of the kids' equipment away. And honestly, they're right. I haven't seen this many traps fly over fences since there was a police raid in Denny's place.
Haven't you come on? Haven't you sort of turned into a more intelligent human being? What do you do with teenagers?
Oh, man.
Hey, Ben talked down.
Hey, Phil.
And so you do. Actually,
how are you?
Be honest with children of all ages about the feelings, but you need to express them in calm and positive ways. So you can certainly talk with teenagers about, yeah, we're feeling edgy as well. But focusing on the things that they can do, as you say, we're pretty much prepared now, but there's always something that you can do that's useful. One thing that I'm noticing is teenagers will stay connected with their friends as well as possible, and they'll get a lot of information from their social media. We're seeing some fairly healthy responses. There's young people making storm playlists, doing cyclone baking, making funny memes. These are things to encourage, I think, too. So long as they are taking the warning seriously and preparing, it doesn't hurt to have a sense of humour and to have a sense of wonder at the awesome power of nature as well. To be a bit excited by the fact that things are different from normal.
I had a lot to grab a drill and perform a roadside TV-ectomy.
Talking about how
Wow.
teenagers and young children might react to the cyclone that's going to cross over. I promise you it will. The rain's starting to come down.
About to grab a drill.
Wind through the trees outside the emergency broadcast location here for the ABC. We'll stay with you right through this event. Plenty of generators in the basement and plenty of lolly snakes hanging around. But we'll go right through this event. We will stay with you. Andrea Baldwin talking about the funny memes that teenagers are sharing. I love the one, Andrea, where young people stick their heads towards the window and say, everybody below, float, so if you all blow together, maybe Alfred will blow that out to see. That's a bit of fun. I know when my dog is stressed better than I know when my kids are stressed. How do you know when your kids are stressed?
Found a blender. Now, any circuit boards are being powdered. Nice.
How they might be feeling even if they're not telling you. Sometimes they are protecting you from their feelings.
It's definitely a bit mad scientist-ish.
For them to share, express feelings, ask questions. You might find that they're a bit more clingy than usual, that they want to be with you. They might be a bit emotionally fragile. They might be overreacting to things that wouldn't usually bother them, like sort of tantrums or defiant behaviour, and you go, hang on, that's not normal for you. Babies in particular might have trouble sleeping. They might be fussing, crying, eating more or less than usual. These are all perfectly normal responses to a stressful time. So they're not being naughty or attention-seeking. They're not trying to make things harder for you. They just need extra connection, reassurance, and comfort in this weird, unsettled time.
And what about our own behaviour? And I've never been able to hide from a child or a dog. It's not an aspect about a situation. How do we help them to not focus on something we're worried about?
Well, there is a process that we have called relaxing with 30, and that can be good for adults as well as children. So it's mindfulness and movement, breathing, yoga. It can be really regulating and helpful for the body of both the child and the adult. All including
the SMB drop. You did everything right. Evelyn?
Age from 2 to 13 have activities to do to help them process what's happening. But also, books, games, music, things that you and they enjoy doing things together. There's a bunch of people resorting to baking while they've still got power.
And we had a call yesterday from someone who cracked open the 1,000 cost jigsaw puzzle. I can see an immense Monopoly game developing at my house. Very intense, it could be more intense than the storm that a but that would be an option as well.
During the 2011, my family won and lost huge fortunes at the operated.
Fantastic, and you learn about your children's appetite for financial risk. All right, Andrea, thank you so much. It's lovely to hear your calm voice.
Sounds like a
calm advice.
And a flare gun.
There's lots of resources for people of all ages there, and stay safe, everyone.
Dr. Andrea Baldwin, Queensland Centre for Perinatal and Infant Mental Health. 14 minutes to 4 on the text line. Madonna. Lots of people are learning what hurry up and wait means. She says, this is advice from Owen and Yandina. People without power can wrap old burners around the fridge to keep it cooler longer. I like that a very great deal. And Mel in Mudgerabar saying we have long periods of calm with no wind and blue skies. Why hasn't energy
mostly made up? Yeah.
I don't know, I'll ask them next time, but I imagine they will say that you don't know what a cyclone is going to do, and if you're in the path of that cyclone and you're responsible for Energex workers, you really can't send them out into harm's way. Coming up next, we're going to talk to someone on Bribey Island, which may well turn out to be in the direct path of this cyclone. A cyclone warning is issued when an area could soon be affected by a cyclone, and it's time to finalise your plans. If you are going to self-evacuate, now is the time to do so with your emergency kit and supplies. If you are staying, you should now close and board up windows, identify the strongest part of the building, and take shelter. For advice on what to do during a cyclone, visit the ABC Emergency website. And for the latest updates, stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
Alan Fanning, live across 612
Yeah, it could be.
And Queensland, covering Cyclone Alfred. Call 1300 222 612.
They're still saying it's potentially, but we all know it's coming this way.
Runs a cafe on Bribey Island, and she's just down to final checks on her business before the cyclone comes through. Louise, what are you starting to see?
What are we starting to see? We've got some sort of almost sunshine. It's cloudy, it's a little bit sort of gusty.
Not too bad, and I think a little sort of air of trepidation is going across Queensland. That is a very good description, I think, of much of the listening area. A sense of trepidation.
Sorry, I'd be shitting myself, mate.
Still out. You can always rely on birds to let you know. Singing. The birds are still singing. I just said to my husband just before, the birds are still singing. You expect it to be really quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had over the last couple of days periods where we've gone, oh, it's coming, because you see all the cockatoos fly across. And now all the birds are chirping in the trees. Yeah. Maybe they're a little foolish. Maybe they're...
Right? Like, it's weird, because the birds are still flying around.
It's interesting, isn't it, how we adapt every day, all of us. So on the text line just earlier, someone said that they're out at Wynnum on the foreshore, a little bit of rain, people are wandering around. Certainly in your area for the island, there's very much a take shelter now warning that's in place for the Moreton Bay Regional Council areas, stay indoors alert. Have people been doing that on the island today?
They certainly weren't this morning. We didn't expect to be trading at all today. I've got a little cafe down on the Palmerstone Passage, and I didn't expect to be trading at all. We opened the doors yesterday thinking maybe there'll be some people around, maybe there won't, but either way there was lots for us to do in terms of packing down and getting the cafe itself prepped. And we ended up quite busy yesterday. So there were lots of people around. I think they were all out getting their last... We're opposite the pharmacy and the IGA, so they were all sort of out getting their last minute bits and pieces and popping into us. This morning we took it was just a bit of a, shall we go down, shall we not? And it was only that we had to finish the prep work that I wanted to do in the cafe to make me feel comfortable enough to be leaving it. And we thought, well, if we're there, we may as well throw the doors open. And the coffee machine was on anyway. And we ended up with quite a lot more people than we expected, including a very large group of the Queensland Police recruits who've been in the area door knocking, sort of telling people close to the water that they either needed to, I don't know what they were telling them, whether it was telling them to go. But we were able to fill them up with coffee, which was a nice thing to do. But certainly more people around than I would have expected. I expected more people to err on the side of caution. But the island's gone very quiet now. There's very little traffic around. Yeah. And often people are hunkering down, which is what we've done. We've done what we can down at the cafe, which is just on the passage. So we're literally sort of across the road from the water. Yeah. Our own house is 600 metres from the passage. So we've just come home and hunkered down really with what we can do. Yeah. Trepidation, I think, is probably where we are.
Louise Trethowan is a Bribie Island cafe owner. When we looked at the track map for tropical cyclone Alfred, it shows that it's moving incredibly slowly, 8 kilometres an hour. Roundabout off the Gold Coast, right as we speak, moving up to the north and the northwest, and as it does so, all of us who are south of it, who are increasingly south of a northwest moving tropical cyclone, will start to feel the effects of it. The little track line that I see here, Louise, shows it over Moreton Bay at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, having to go across Cape Moreton, which will provide, Moreton Island rather, which will provide a bit of a barrier, but coming through and crossing as a Category 1 at roundabout Bribie. Again, that could change, could be all the way to Noosa by the time it comes through. But how concerned are you about that you're sort of right in the way of this jolly thing?
Extremely, absolutely extremely concerned. I mean, we've come across a lot of people, obviously, with a little community cafe, and some people's attitude is, oh, it's not going to happen, it won't be really bad. I am in the camp of, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about the amount of water. Very concerned about the amount of winds. I mean, we've boarded up in the house windows which we think are vulnerable. We've put everything away that might fly around. I'm very concerned, very concerned. I've never lived through a cyclone before, and very concerned that it looks like it's making a beeline for us. So I've got a high-set house, so we've sort of, I think,
decided we'll hunker down downstairs through the whole lot until the water arrives, and then at least we've got upstairs. But leaving the island didn't really occur to me, because I've got a business to keep eyes on and a house to keep eyes on and cats and dogs to look after. So, but I'm very concerned. Very, very concerned.
Well, we'll keep you up to date as much as we can with information at 10 minutes past the hour. If your power goes out there on Bribey Island, Energex will have
I've got batteries for the radio.
They're very good. And do you remember how to tune one?
Yes, I do, because I am old enough to remember the wireless. And so yes, we've got batteries, we've got water. I've been taking all the advice, and I think we're as prepared as we can be. But I'm very worried that I won't have a cafe left by about Monday, and I'm just hoping the house holds up.
Yeah. Well, later in our broadcast, if you keep listening, Louise will be speaking with some tips about how to use these last few hours to get onto MyGov, which is the quickest way to get emergency assistance from the government, some tips and tricks on how to get through to your insurer and so forth to get the help that you need and that you've signed up for already. But yeah, you could always try and get onto MyGov, although you're probably frustrated enough, aren't you?
Probably. It's probably a good idea before the internet fails.
That's right.
Yeah. I have got many candles, and I have, a good old-fashioned book to read. So I think that's all we can do.
Yeah, we've narrowed it down, you and I. You could go onto MyGov and try and log in. For me, that's always a very distressing activity. Or you could listen to Emily on the text line. Hi, Ellen. This could apply to you, Louise. I'm starting to suffer a bit of cabin fever while waiting. I've taken up cryptic crosswords, and that has not helped at all. So I've reverted to my normal go-to, which never lets me down, chocolate.
Chocolate. I think chocolate's great. And also, once we lose power, it's not all that perishable, is it? So
No.
it'll be fine. We've got chocolate and we've got biscuits.
That's right. You'll be going through on a sugar high. Louise, we're thinking of you, and we thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
All the very best to you. Louise Trethowan there, Bribey Island Cafe owner. Really troubling time, really difficult time. From Bribey to Broadbeach, next we're going to speak to somebody who manages and lives in a 21-storey complex on the Gold Coast. Imagine that.
A cyclone warning is issued when an area could soon be affected by a cyclone, and it's time to finalise your preparation. Park vehicles under cover with the handbrake on, disconnect electrical appliances, turn off the gas supply and solar panels. Bring pets inside and move livestock to a safer location. Visit abc.net.au/emergency, and for the latest warnings, keep listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
Jackie Hendy manages a 21-storey building with 78 apartments that face due east at Broadbeach. Jackie, I'm having little heart palpitations thinking of you. Where are you as you're speaking to?
Hi, Ellen. Great job to ABC. Congrats. You have been my source of cyclone updates, bombarded with cyclonic activity and information. So thank you so much, guys, for the great job that you're doing for our community. I'm on ground floor, safe and sound, and I've just inspected on the 15th floor and been up to the higher levels. The wind is really the biggest problem for us right now. We haven't had too much rain yet, but we've had to secure everything in the building. So all the Pearl furniture has been put away, all balcony furniture has been brought inside, all precautions set in motion for our beautiful building.
That's interesting, because even as I come round the Brisbane CBD, well, I was yesterday, I haven't been outside since, I'm seeing so much furniture on the balcony and I wonder if they are not residents there. Have you had to get keys to go into holiday units and get the furniture in?
Absolutely. What we've done is, as guests have departed or even whilst they're in house, we just give them the heads up, and our team has gone in to bring in all the furniture, whether it's to help residents if they haven't been able to do it on their own, and to also help guests to ensure every single balcony in our building doesn't have anything on it. I mean, one of the biggest concerns when there's so many high rises and winds like this is the debris, and we don't want furniture flying off balconies. It's not just protecting our residents, guests and property, but the community. Hopefully everyone's hunkered down inside now. But that's what we're advising everyone to do here, because the wind and the debris is currently, from my perspective as a general manager, probably one of the biggest concerns.
Yeah, I've just got a text in from Jenny on the Gold Coast who sent me a picture of what the beach looks like, and the water is all the way up, the waves are all the way up the beach, coming towards grassy areas, all as you see how it's gone from south to north.
Oh my God!
I've never seen the water that far up.
Yeah, King Tide is literally upon us, as well as the cyclone wind as it moves its way up to the Moreton area. I was just listening to your Bribey Island chat, so feeling for those guys. It's passing through here now. But the erosion on the beach is like a cliff of 2 to 3 metres. The teardrop, as I said, is coming practically up to the grass and the lifeguard towers. So stay away from the beach.
Wow. Yeah. Tell me, what's it like? You've had gusting winds up to 100 kilometres an hour. There you are. What's it like on the 21st floor? And you with the wind blowing and all the rest of it?
Look, it's not like we can feel the building shake. We've obviously been built with and engineered to cope with cyclones on the Gold Coast, high rises. However, with wind and velocity and the wind is strong, there's lots of dust. Any little vacuum or seal that might...
It comes through. We'll have to leave it there. We're coming up to 4 o'clock. ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Rachel Stewart. The impacts from Tropical Cyclone Alfred are ramping up as the Category 2 system approaches southeast Queensland. Lily Nosling reports. Cyclone Alfred is on track to reach the Moreton Bay Islands tomorrow morning. Island residents and Gold Coast locals are being urged to seek shelter, with destructive wind gusts up to 155 kilometres an hour expected from tonight. The Redlands Satellite Health Centre has temporarily closed due to the flood risk. The Weather Bureau's Matthew Colopy says the cyclone is expected to weaken to a Category 1 system before crossing the mainland.
This will mean destructive winds are unlikely in Brisbane itself, but damaging wind gusts to 120 kilometres per hour are expected.
Flooding is a major concern over the coming days, with rainfall totals.
Let's have a look and see what it's like outside. You'd be mistaken for thinking it's a beautiful day. That sun was shining pretty hard though. It still is. Yes, Dizzy. Gotta get you. Got the kid, I got her. What are you doing? What's up, kitten?
Almost 50,000 properties have lost power between the Gold Coast and in the Redlands. Acting police issues saying the levy says NBN and mobile coverage is also
I don't know. There's something about it that just It's too convenient, you know.
What? I'll smash you, Cap.
No, you think it's dinner time? Not yet. Soon. Soon, not yet. Later. Food later. I probably should feed you now, huh? Should I do it?
Come on, honey, go sit down. Sit down. Go sit down, please. Wait. Sit. Go sit. Sit down. Dizzy, did I not tell you to go sit the fuck down? Yeah, it's kind of weird, like the sun's out and everything, like,
It's so quiet though. Is that it? Is that all you're going to eat?
Was out with 9,000. Can you get 9,000 police recruits? That hasn't even been sworn in yet.
Boo. Enjoying my air conditioning while it lasts, guys. High stress alert, really? No shit, Sherlock. I'm about as prepped as I can be now. You right, Des? It'll be alright. It's alright, Judy. Poor thing, she's got no idea what's coming. Oh. You would not think that there's a fucking cyclone on the way. And this weather is beautiful. Well, right now it is. Oh man, my foot's really hurting too.
Understand your risk and make sure you start preparing early. For the latest updates, stay listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster. ABC Radio, emergency information. And Rosa Hobbs from the Bureau of Meteorology is a senior forecaster. She's on the line with me now. Alfred wind anymore, 7 kilometres per hour, down from 8 kilometres per hour, which of course only means that it's gathering more moisture from the ocean, Rosa. So Alfred is certainly continuing to take his time as he approaches. Now, on the latest track that was updated just about 10 minutes ago, we can see that we're still looking to have tropical cyclone Alfred crossing, at some point most likely tomorrow. Now, it is looking a little bit more like it could even get to Moreton Island, Norfolk, potentially up to midnight as well, as opposed to before, which was how things were looking at the start of the morning. Now, of course, Alfred has been known to take his time on his approach, very comfortable out on the ocean, but given that he's sitting so close to the coastline at the moment, we're going to continue feeling the effects, particularly if you're on the Gold Coast or south of the border down in northern New South Wales. I really appreciate that for a lot of people further north, close to Brisbane, like we're just still not seeing too much rainfall, and look, that is just a good thing. We're glad that so far that some of the worst impacts aren't starting just yet, but they are still on their way. Now, Cyclone Alfred is currently the centre of the system. The exact centre of it is 115 kilometres east-south-east of Brisbane and 90 kilometres
kilometres east-northeast of the Gold Coast. And as you said, yeah, moving very slowly west-southwest at 7 kilometres per hour.
So if you're sitting in Brisbane or the Sunshine Coast listening to this, or even the Logan area, and you're thinking, are we going to miss, is this not coming for us anymore? What's the message?
The message is that it is certainly coming. So we can see that winds have picked up to 38 knots just at the southern part of Moreton Bay. So that is, yeah, not too far away from Cleveland, really, in there. So we're starting to see those winds pick up. That's just under 80 kilometres per hour in terms of the wind speeds that are being observed in gusts there. So it's a lot closer to home for a lot of listeners than we have had earlier today. Now, quite a lot of rainfall has been rushing into the south of the system. It started to pick up on the western side of the centre as well. So that means if you look out towards the east at the moment, there's a lot of clouds sitting out over the ocean, and some of that is starting to pour onto the coast, particularly over the Gold Coast and over the southern Redlands Bay area. Now, the rainfall is in bands, so that means it's a bit of a spiral around the centre of the system. So it's likely that you'll hear rain start and then stop and then start and then stop at the moment as those bands move over your location.
It's now 19 minutes past 4 on 612 ABC Brisbane. We're listening to Rosa Hoff, a great communicator from the Bureau of Meteorology. She's a senior forecaster. I just heard someone in the news say you should be prepared when this is over, comes back towards the coast. So if you look at it, the outer bands are hitting us, we're getting in close, but when it gets really close, that we should be prepared for an event of, I don't know, 9 hours duration, I think I heard it.
Wow.
Yeah, now it is moving quite slowly, Alfred, which is part of the reason it's so delayed, but it does mean that while it's slow to approach, it'll be slow to cross as well. So we're going to continue to see a bit of a lingering effect. That's a bit of a slow creep on some of the weather that we're seeing. Now, it's also important to note that when we talk about the cyclone starting to weaken as it approaches the coast, and while it is a Category 2 at the moment, it is looking likely to cross closer to a Category 1 when it moves just north of the Red Cliff Peninsula. It's looking like the most likely spot at the moment, but definitely still have the chance that we could see the centre of the system cross somewhere between the northern Gold Coast all the way up to north of Noosa as well, all on the cards at the moment. But while those winds will ease back, it's going to continue to be quite gusty, with gale force gusts certainly still possible, and the rain will not go anywhere in a hurry. So again, it will keep raining through the weekend, even if we see the centre of the system cross as forecast tomorrow in the late morning period. So we're talking days of that rainfall, and that's spreading further inland as well.
And we're getting quite a few questions on the text line, Rosa, about when the Red Cliff Peninsula could start to feel those effects.
Now, that is a bit of an interesting one. So the organisation of the structure of Cyclone Alfred itself is not quite as distinguished as one that's a big Category 3, 4 or 5, where they really have a really fixed eye that's very precise. Instead of a Category 2 system, Cyclone Alfred's winds are tracking over a bigger area, and we're not just seeing the worst winds really close to it, we're seeing
and we've just lost Rosa. We'll just get her back. That's Rosa Hoff, the Bureau of Meteorology senior forecaster. Great information that she's providing for us. And if you have questions for her now or at any hour, 1300 222 612, 1300 222 612. You heard it over and over again. This is a dynamic weather event. It certainly is. With each part
dynamic.
They tweak very slightly where they think it's going to cross and the impacts that it's going to have. So at the moment it's 115 kilometres east-southeast of Brisbane, 90 kilometres east-northeast of the Gold Coast, travelling at just 7 kilometres per hour. We're seeing really heavy rainfall on the Gold Coast and beyond the border, heavy to intense rainfall, huge seas and severe coastal erosion in that part of the world. And it is tracking up towards Brisbane and through Logan and up towards the Sunshine Coast. And when it does so, we will, yes, we do want it back. So anyway, we're trying to get it back. We will start to feel the effects of that cyclone. And it's frustrating and it's confounding. I can see blue sky outside the broadcast area here in Brisbane CBD. And that's because the jolly thing is moving so slowly. To give you a sense of what's likely to happen next, we'll go back to Rosa.
Rosa, talk to me again about this Redcliffe Peninsula that you're saying
Giving her last pitch, and she was handing out how to vote cards there at that free polling centre. Now, she's described the battle tomorrow as a David and Goliath battle. She said it's an uphill battle, but she's not ruling herself out of the race just yet, despite that favourable Labor pre-polling that we have seen so far.
Now, what that means is that that's the locations which we'll see wind shift from the east to the west as it passes over and have a bit of a lull in the middle. Now, when you have a really, really strong cyclone system, such as a category 3, 4 or 5, you do get more of a pronounced eye. But Alfred is not that strong, so we're not going to see that same kind of really pronounced quiet period that we see in the movies, or perhaps if you've unfortunately experienced a much stronger cyclone in the past. Now, what we will see is a bit of a drop-off as those winds do change direction, but the chance of heavy rainfall will certainly still linger around. And we're expecting really some of the worst conditions of this to not be directly under the system centre, to actually be in areas further south over the northern suburbs of Brisbane, all the way down to the New South Wales border and beyond, with a current cyclone warning zone extending all the way down to Yamba.
I see. Rosa Hoff with us from the Bureau of Meteorology. Just before I let you go, Rosa, tell me about the storm surge potential from this. The crossing keeps changing because Alfred is a dawdler, so it doesn't look like it's going to cross on the high tide tomorrow at 4 a.m, which would have been the worst case scenario, but actually could cross, you said last hour, into the afternoon, for heaven's sake. What sort of storm surge are you expecting? Because I think we're all understanding now the thumping and bumping and loud noises of the wind, the potential for flooding, which, as the Premier keeps saying, we know about here in southeast Queensland. What we don't know about is storm surge.
Yeah, so that is quite an interesting one. The exact position where we see Alfred cross as well will feed into that. Now, so where we have the storm surge location, because it is looking more likely that it'll be in the northern area of Moreton Bay that we could see Alfred cross, it does mean that a large amount of the coastline is shielded from those impacts just due to the fact that Moreton Island, Norgolton, is unfortunately in the line of fire first. So we're expecting to see the higher tide heights a bit closer along there, just because that's where Alfred is better able to scoop the water essentially toward the coast in quite an easy way to think about it. Now, as you said, we do have the next high tides. We have had one just about half an hour ago, and we have a more significant one, a major one for the 24-hour period, just expected to happen at 4:55 a.m. So it's only good news if that is not concurrent with the cyclone passing through, because Alfred's best ability to increase those tide heights will be when it's really close by. It can really push that large amount of water through. It will still make some of those tide heights increase.
Still here, I haven't flown away yet, don't worry.
Below that high tide line, or at least closer to than otherwise would have been the case. So one little sign of mercy from Alfred is a little bit of good news, but unfortunately we'll still have the wind, we'll still have the rain, and we're still going to be having those big waves, particularly up on the Sunshine Coast and Gold Coast.
26 minutes past 4 on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. Rosa Hoff, thank you so much. Talk to you next hour.
Talk then.
Rosa Hoff from the Bureau of Meteorology, she's a senior forecaster there. We're going to check in with Energex. Next 51,000 of you without power, as we're going aware. After that, get ready with your questions for one of the best cyclone experts we've found. We've talked to them all. Call with your questions. 1300 222 612. 1300 222 612. Your questions answered in the next 10 minutes or so.
Cyclone watches and warnings are issued when a cyclone could make landfall soon. Understand your risks and make sure you start preparing early. For the latest updates, stay listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
The latest from Energex, 55,932 homes without power. That includes 44,578 on the Gold Coast, 7,111 in the Redland City Council area. Chris Graham is with us from Energex. You want to put out a message about what to do during power outages. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. So we're just saying to anyone that hasn't lost their power yet, now is a good time to just do some more precaution, preparation type stuff. So check all those battery devices, your phones, your torches, all those sort of things are charged up, ready to go. We recommend using torches, not candles, if the power's out. Candles have that fire risk. Wind going around, all sorts of different things. We recommend using torches to make sure you've got batteries and all that sort of stuff ready to go for that. If you use power and you don't have gas cooktops or anything like that, just check that you've got your barbecue or a camp cooker that you can safely use outside once the cyclone's gone. Just some of those preparation type things that you can be thinking of now while you're just sheltering inside waiting for this cyclone to turn up and then disappear. Yeah, good timing to have a look at that. And one last thing with that is, if the power does go out, make sure that you go around and check anything you did leave switched on, particularly your hot plate for your stove. If you were cooking at the time, if the hot plate's on because the power went off, and then you forget about it because it's off for a day or two, and you might put something on top of the stove. Really bad combination. So just go and double check that the stove and the hot plate's turned off if the power has gone off, and make sure that if you're cooking at a time that you do turn them off.
Turn appliances off if you lose power, and don't worry about the candles. They're very romantic, but the last thing you need is a fire. 55,932 homes without power. I know what you're going to say, Chris. It's not safe to get out there and reconnect right at the moment, and it could be a week. I'm telling you the bad news, so you're not the bad guy. It could be a week before some people get reconnected. There you go, I took the word for you.
Yes, well, thanks, Ellen. Yeah, so in those worst affected areas, we are saying to be prepared for that protracted period. It could be a week or more in the severely impacted areas. It'll all depend on how our cyclone Alfred retreats to different areas, but have that preparation. I'm already seeing, the Gold Coast in particular, there's 235 wires down job. 206 of those are in the Burleigh area alone, so Burleigh seems to be copying a bunch at the moment.
Yeah, Burleigh's copying it. Next line here, just come in the last couple of minutes from someone at Shayla Park. Barbara, good evening, good afternoon to you. No sign of blue sky here now. The wind is really gusting. So there you are, 1300 222 612. Tell me what's happening in your part of the world. And if you have questions for our expert on what we can expect in the next few hours, we've tracked down one of the best cyclone experts around, who happens to be hunkering down in the Sunshine Coast hinterland. And Chris Graham from Energex, thank you for being with us. We'll talk to you again throughout the afternoon. I think you can't put those messages out too often.
Yeah, wonderful. Thanks, I appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
That's Chris Graham. He's from Energex. So many people without power, and as you can hear, there's not much they can do about it right now. It's too dangerous for them to be out and repairing power lines. The Gold Coast particularly affected by all of this, because of course they've been hopping the Bluff. They are to the south of the system right at the moment. And as you heard from the Bureau of Meteorology, the destructive winds and rain, we don't actually have to wait for the thing to cross the coast. They're already with them on the Gold Coast. 44,578 people without power, 3,018 on the scenic rim, and another huge number, 7,111 in Redland City. Some texted in before with a bit of a suggestion, wrap a doona around your fridge or your icebox or whatever you're using to try and keep it a little bit cooler for a little bit longer. But next, I'm going to update you on everything you need to know, and then I want your calls. 1300 222 612. What's your question for our expert? I've got a good one. Are we there yet?
Cyclone watches and warnings are issued when a cyclone could make landfall soon. Understand your risk and make sure you start preparing early. For the latest updates, stay listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
And just to keep you updated, the cyclone Alfred is making its very slow progress towards the coast, but is very much making its presence felt. It's travelling at about 7 kilometres per hour. It's about 115 kilometres east-southeast of Brisbane, 90 kilometres east-northeast of the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast has copped a battering with extremely high winds today. Enormous surf. At one stage, a wave height offshore was measured at 17 metres. Enormous coastal erosion all the way up the beach, affecting council assets, stairs and so forth in that area, a huge amount of damage. On the text line, folks are telling us that they're starting to feel the effects of Tropical Cyclone Alfred in the Logan area as it moves in a northwesterly direction. It's still expected to cross the coast, coming across Moreton Bay and across Moreton Island, which will dull the impact somewhat, they are predicting, meaning it crosses a tropical cyclone category 1, which is slightly less wind strength, but all this time it's spending over water means there's a whole lot more rain inside the system. Probably the concern indeed for insurers who worry about risk is this is a massive flooding event, essentially, once the waiting game is over. For those of us who have not felt the destructive winds, the crossing, which is halfway through the event, could happen anywhere from Saturday lunchtime onwards, and it's predicted to go across the bottom of Moreton Island and across the Redcliffe Peninsula. Again, the worst effects of a cyclone are felt to the south of a cyclone, and so that is the northern suburbs of Brisbane down to the Gold Coast and through into northern New South Wales. Taking your calls next, 1300 222 612. What are your questions about Alfred?
On 612 ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland complete the cyclone coverage. What happens when you are? Call 1-300-222-612.
My only question is,
Stephen Curzon
conspiracy?
is an adjunct professor at Central Queensland University. He's a climatologist. He's been through a few cyclones himself, and he happens to be hunkering down on the Sunshine Coast. What's it like where you are, Stephen?
Yes, good afternoon, Alan. Here actually is not too bad at the moment. It's currently just a bit overcast and the odd bit of wind. I understand it's a lot rougher down the coast. I'm in the hinterland area. As you indicated, we're to the north of the cyclone here on the Sunshine Coast, so we're yet to see the worst of the effects of those outer gales, as when they'll start to come through later tonight. So at the moment, yeah, it's not too bad here at all, really.
Yeah. Okay, take me through. You're getting a lot of callers through, so I'm just going to ask my questions. And I'm actually just going to figure out how to put you on hold and then put you back. I'm going to get somebody in the studio to help me with that, because I've only got one phone line. So I'll need to find a way to put you back on hold to take the callers. So I'll just get some assistance with that. But in the meantime, I'll ask you my question. Stephen, that this is not like that. There are bands of rain wrapping around the middle, and so the event will just continue. What do you reckon this event will be like?
Well, I think I agree about the eye not being that pronounced like with a severe cyclone, where the eye is, you basically go in an area where there's more or less complete calm, and if it's daytime you can see the sun coming through. If it's nighttime the stars appear. It's an amazing thing experience to have. This is a weaker cyclone, but if you look at the radar, people currently access the bomb radar, those who can, they'll see that there's a large area where there are very few rain echoes, and that is the centre of the cyclone, and you can call the eye if you like, in the sense that it's not a classic eye, but nonetheless it's an area of rotation, clockwise rotation of clouds. We can also see limited rain echoes, and if we're actually in there now, we're on the coast, that would be not going to be a good idea, but we were.
Yes.
It would be, the winds wouldn't be that strong out there. The waves would be rough, of course, because they're already been affected by the cyclone, but the atmosphere wouldn't be too bad. It's probably not even raining in that area, which is slightly overcast. So when that crosses the coast, people will notice the winds drop off, and as Rosa indicated, when the eye passes over, the winds will come back from the opposite direction, and it could be quite a few hours for that to actually cross the coast, mainly because it's moving so slowly. So it might be a bit like Groundhog Day for a while, until eventually it makes its way across the coast near Redcliffe, I think she indicated, and then after that it will start to come from the other direction.
All right, you're listening to Adjunct Professor Stephen Curzon, long-time cyclone watcher and expert, giving us some sense of what we can expect. Bill is on the line. You have a question for Stephen?
Yes, I have. Thank you. Hello, Stephen.
Yes, keep going.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Yes, I've got a question. If the cyclone reaches 150 kilometres an hour, which is predicted, if you live on Bribey Island and you've got, say, a kayak or a boat or whatever sitting on a trailer, and it's got a tarp over it held down by bricks, and most of the bricks are on the ground.
No chance.
Is it possible for the bricks to be lifted, bearing in mind average house brick is about 3.1 kilos?
All right, let's go back to Stephen Turton. That's an excellent question, Bill. Thanks for it. Lots of people will be in that situation, Stephen. Turton, if you can a house brick be picked up by 150 kilometre per hour wind?
Only if it's sitting on top of the tarpaulin and the tarpaulin gets lifted up, then you have enough energy to do that. But to pick up the brick is probably off at ground level. The wind would have to be much stronger than that.
Yes.
So I think the issue is if the bricks are on a tarpaulin and it gets underneath the tarpaulin, that's creating an area of lift, and that would actually blow over for sure.
So you would just forget the tarp and forget the bricks and just leave the kayak or the boat uncovered?
I would tie a rope around it.
Yeah. Okay, to make sure it can't come up. Andrew's on the line.
In the same way that planes are aerodynamic, boats are hydrodynamic. Both work in similar ways, so therefore a boat on a trailer would move the air around it like a car.
The impact of the cyclone or the behaviour of the cyclone will be
more of a chance of like ratchet strapping down the trailer or something. Or the boat or
You won't have such strong winds that you switch mainly because you've got that 50-kilometre buffer. So the cyclone, as it crosses the coast, it'll encounter friction with the land and will start to weaken very quickly. You may still have damaging winds out of the switch, winds that are gusting up to around 100 or a bit lower, but you won't be getting constructive winds that far inland. The main issue will, of course, be heavy rain after it crosses the coast, and that could be an issue for the river systems out that way, including obviously going into the Brisbane River as well.
Yeah. 1300 222 612 20 to 5 on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. Lots of questions about a cyclone and what we can expect. And Adjunct Professor Stephen Turton from Central Queensland University, who's hunkering down on the Sunshine Coast, is here to answer your questions through to 5. Peter on the Sunshine Coast.
I'm going to get some more
G'day. My question is, what you on the hinterland of Sunshine Coast? I'm just curious why the southern side of the cyclone's got a lot more energy than the northern side.
Yes, that's a great one, Peter. That's a great one. Why has the southern side got so much more energy than the northern side? Asks Peter. What do you say, Stephen?
Yes, that's Peter asking that. On the southern side of the cyclone, you've got a much deeper pressure gradient, or squeeze in the isobars, if you like. So, because we have a high pressure system down in the Tasman Sea, which is reaching up the coast to the south of the cyclone, and that is causing a sharp pressure gradient. On the northern side of the cyclone, you've got a weaker pressure gradient. But also, on the northern side of the cyclone, the air is coming off the land where it's been subjected to friction already. It's coming from the southwest. Whereas on the south side of the eye, it's coming off the ocean where there's much less friction. So therefore the winds are much stronger. And this is generally a rule for all cyclones in the southern hemisphere. The strongest winds are on the southern side and opposite in the northern hemisphere.
Can I ask you, I've heard it described that the winds to the south, and indeed the rain, pushed by the winds, worse to the south because the winds are flowing in an easterly direction. The same storm movement compounds the speed. Is that right?
Hasn't gotten to me yet.
Tomorrow. The south, they're moving in the same
It'll
direction.
Be tomorrow.
It'll be west, will it?
Sorry guys, I didn't see your messages.
The whole system is pushing them in that area, compounding the speed of the whole thing.
That's true, but in the case of the cyclone moving at 7 kilometres an hour, it's only adding an extra 7 kilometres an hour.
Oh.
But if it's moving 20 kilometres an hour, like Cyclone Yasi was, then that becomes more significant. You're correct. But it's really that pressure squeeze on the south side of the eye due to that richer pipe pressure to the south.
Okay, a pressure squeeze, an isobar squeeze. I've heard of squeezing oranges or squeezing grapefruit. I've never heard of squeezing isobars. But you can see on the
How do you do that?
17 minutes.
With a kid's fan and a printer motor. What the fuck?
It's a whole different thing. But I believe you because I can see the evidence on the radar. 17 minutes to 5 on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland, answering your questions about Alfred, who really would want to get a reel on, I suppose, although are we in any hurry to see Alfred? Not sure. Flipper, what do you reckon? What do you want to know?
Thanks, professors. I'll call you today, Stephen and Alan. It's about pressure variant question in the roof cavity. If we got wind on one side and it's pretty strong, can I pop open my manhole and open the back windows on the opposite side of the house? Will that help my roof tiles from coming loose and falling off?
Stephen?
It's a question that I've been thinking about. There was an article today in The Conversation written by a building engineer from the James Cook University Cyclone Testing Station, which answers some of those questions. He actually recommends that people don't necessarily go around doing that sort of thing. He suggests that it's best just to keep your place closed up and keep your internal doors closed as well. So if one of your windows does blow out, it actually keeps the high pressure that will come in, keeps it only in that room. So the suggestion is not to go around doing things like that or opening windows on one side. If we were dealing with a Category 4, there may be some merit in that. But his advice, which was in that article today, was really just to keep away from the windows, keep them closed, and maybe try and stop water coming through, because often water can get blown through by horizontal rain. So his suggestion was basically not to do that sort of thing, and just to sit it out in the safest part of your house.
I think that's great advice, particularly the closing of the internal doors. That's something I heard today for the first time. 4:45. Rhett, what's your question?
Hello.
Hello. What do you have to ask Stephen?
Oh, Stephen, I don't know, maybe asking outside your perimeter of expertise. I live in a high-rise building on the Gold Coast, and we have floor-to-ceiling glass sliding doors. And I'm absolutely terrified when we get any high wind, and I haven't been through a cyclone. What's the likelihood, or preferably not, of the glass standing up to the wind force?
Check this out, guys. Check it down. Check it out now. Five Soul Brothers right about now. Whew. She's bright. Wait, I can't see. Good. Watch that rotation. It's moving. It's moving pretty damn good. Oops, shit. See it fucking moving. Ooh. Crazy. Oh man, that's scary shit. Oh, scary, scary, scary. Scary shit right there. So that is the beginnings of Cyclone Alfred. So tropical Cyclone Alfred coming in to the east coast of Australia, to a front yard near you. I'm sorry, bringing thousands of trampolines to a front yard near you. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared, but that's okay. Even if it's been downgraded, right, it's still moving so slowly that it's gonna cause a fuck ton of damage, right? Like, being a realist, we don't take our storms lightly here in Australia. Neither should you. although some people do. That's their prerogative. I'd rather be prepared. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So it's one thing I've learned in my life. It's my one piece of advice. Has turned me into a borderline hoarder, but I think that's also partly undiagnosed ADHD. So seriously, I've got shit everywhere. So much stuff. Yeah, so that's where we're at. I want to watch a little TV before the power goes out. I'll watch a movie and try and just de-stress a little bit before I end up in the bathroom with the cat freaking out for fucking 6 hours. Mate, it's gonna be a miracle if this wall doesn't come down. I'm just saying. This whole wall, there's a crack here. There's a gap along the whole, like this side of the window and the top. And then the crack continues down the wall there. And then there's a massive crack in the wall that goes all the way through. So, yeah, I'm not expecting this wall to handle it very well. I'm scared. Or my shit's gonna go flying. It's scary stuff. But I'm ready, and I've got dehumidifying things for every room. Ooh. I keep seeing the power flicker, so we might be heading into it, guys. It's not just me, is it? You'll see that.
call the council and the council said, even if it is unsafe at the moment, nobody will come up and do anything about it in this business.
Wow, okay, stay on the line, we'll get to these people can help you.
Yeah. Get it done. I think I'm good for batteries, guys. I think I can run my torch for fucking ever now.
Evaporation process, the salt separating away to the ocean.
Okay, terrific. AJ, what's your question?
I was working so much in my life, and I don't remember the 2011 cyclone. I never after before filtering the board in a high-tech house in concrete colours, and most of my house has got windows in every room. I just want to know where this place is going to be. Going to be my partner and my dog.
Yeah, let me ask Stephen.
Okay, so the basic part of the house is in somewhere like the bathroom, it's provided doesn't have a window or the hallway. It's a good place to shelter, just take some mattresses in there and some books to read or whatever, or card game. Nothing you need to shelter, that's a good place to go. And also then close the door, close it out.
Yeah. Do you have a question about the term above sea level? What's confusing about that? Okay, Stephen.
They refer to what's called sharp data. So we refer to it there above mean sea level. So the average sea level for a place for the 5 years, for example, but the high time of the year is suddenly needed the most sharp data.
I had a solar power bank. It expanded to. Oh no! Yeah, that's dead. It's gone, ski mate. They don't last as long as people think. Even solar panels have a shelf life. Like, they've got a shelf life. Oh God, that's hard.
If you've already outside windows and doors closed, and possibly even put some towels under your doors as well, just to get off the rain coming through and getting into your house. So that's a good idea to do that, just because the rain will be horizontal.
It's 6 months old. Yeah. Was it a Kmart one? Was it like one of those cheap ass Kmart ones?
Close up everything and the external doors and windows. Throw up these showers and the I do have what I call my vegan sandbags, as in there's no sand in them. They're bags that I got when I was in the operating theatre that would have been chucked out, but they're very long. So what I've done is I've soaked rugs and towels and I've put them in across inside the garage door, yes, and at the front door and at the laundry door and at all the outside doors. Okay, all right. And I'm in a two-story place. I've just, while I've been listening, I've just been around and closed all the doors upstairs. And that's your question. Notate lots of windows. We're short on time. Is that the essence of what you want to ask, Stephen?
Yes, and should I sort of shelter upstairs? In my main bedroom where I am at the moment, I've got secondary glass, which was for to help cut down the noise because I'm on a busy street.
Okay, let's put that all to Stephen. I think I've got the gist. Okay. Just quickly.
Okay, we're a bit short for time, but first of all, don't tape the windows. They recommend not to do that, simply because it doesn't stop them breaking. And some people go and look at it and think they're okay. Next minute they've got glass flying everywhere. I like the idea of putting things onto the doors that you suggested. In terms of shelter, it's probably better to shelter in what you think is the strongest room in the house, even if it is downstairs. So the hallway or the bathroom, particularly if it's an indoor bathroom, something like that is a good place to shelter.
All right, thank you.
Rather than in your main room.
Yeah, go downstairs. Find someone saying, if you've got a room with a little window in it, wherever you can find that's a small room and is not too exposed to the outside. That's about the essence.
I'd be emailing them now. Surely they've got some sort of, you should get like 12 months straight away. It should be a manufacturer's warranty.
Answering your questions a little bit later on our program. Right now, the latest news update on 612.
It's so weird that it's like sunny and fucking fine outside. It's so weird.
Residents in the path of tropical cyclone Alfred are being urged to bunker down, and while weather intensifies,
Queenslanders, whee! Fucking hope so. We should be able to sue these motherfuckers if they get it wrong. Email sent this morning. Oh wow, it's a big one. Well, that's not good. That can potentially be bad news for their business, so I hope they take it seriously. Now, honey, we can't do anything because Cyclone Alfred's gonna hurt ya.
About 46,000 properties have lost power amid the wild weather. The majority of outages are on the Gold Coast and in the Redlands. More than 1,000 in the impact zone are closed alongside over 2,000 early childhood centres. All public transport services across the southeast will be suspended tomorrow. Noosa on the Sunshine Coast, the northern New South Wales border. Wayne said Southeast Queensland supermarkets and distribution centres will close 25
in there today. There's already been a global standard for beaches in a massive way in Brisbane by the cyclone. We have a 4 that has started as the road from Southport to Robbie, and the streets are open at Green Beach. Many of the structures beach sides have been compromised.
Real shit.
Where a man has been swept away by several emergency crews responded to a bridge 23 kilometres northeast of Toronto, where a four-wheel drive has been washed in fast-flowing water. The driver and security posts were free of New York Police. Saying that swept over the water and within the scene. Alfred is moving on a prolonged service due to cyclone Alfred. Power outages are impacting some mobile and landline services around the southern Gold Coast and northern New South Wales. The telephone has backup systems running, services online, but disruptions may occur if the power is out for a long time. Alfred is working with authorities to bring services back online as soon as possible. The Queensland service tomorrow flagging is expected, with a very high chance of rain and chance of a thunderstorm. Damaging winds and heavy rain, which may lead to flash flooding as possible. Destructive wind gusts exceeding 130 kilometres an hour also possible. It includes hot 35 degrees in Brisbane and on the Gold Coast. The Sunshine Coast is 27, Ipswich 25. This is ABC News. Here is the latest information about tropical cyclone meteorology was requested to play the standard emergency warning signal to alert residents of Moreton Bay Island and exposed coastal areas between Cape Moreton and Southport. People between Cape Moreton and Yamba, including Moreton Bay Island, should remain inside until conditions have eased. Again, we're playing the standard emergency warning signal to alert residents of Moreton Bay Island and exposed coastal communities between Cape Moreton and Southport. People between Cape Moreton and Yamba, including Moreton Bay Island, should remain inside until conditions have eased. 6 minutes past 5 on 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland. Our focus this afternoon is to keep you up to date with the latest from the Bureau and from Energex, as tens of thousands of you are without power. We also want to let you know what you can expect in the next 24 hours before Alfred makes landfall during that crossing and the aftermath. As we go to air right now, more than 50,000 of you are without power this afternoon. And Energex has warned it could be a
Look at this. Fucking sun's still out, look. Look. It's fucking beautiful. And slightly terrifying. But look at this shit. Yeah, look, sit here for a minute, will you, and watch that. Welcome to Cyclone Alfred Watch. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stream, but you guys are now with me. I'll be right back. So they've now got a shelter in place, warning active for the next hour. So they want everyone indoors and sheltering in place by 6 p.m. Just under an hour now. So he's on the way, guys. Alright, so we're expecting the mobile network to go down. It's going to be at least the weekend then.
Tonight from
Lismore, well, until
and we'll
it's
be seeking as much information as we can about the Northern Rivers area to provide you with information not only about Tropical Cyclone Alfred and its course across the coastline, but about the sort of precautions that you need to take and whether you need to evacuate. So just for Queensland listeners, supermarkets are open on a case-by-case basis. The Queensland Premier will announce Sunday night that the schools in this state will open on Monday. SES crews have found that there's still plenty of help at hand from police, the ADF, major shopping centres in Queensland, Westfield, all over the place, as well as Indooroopilly Shopping Centre and Toowong here in Brisbane. You can take your car there, the boom gates are open. And in terms of refuelling your car, there's no fuel, the service stations are closed now. There's no shortage of fuel, but they can't get delivery then until it's safe to do so. So stand by for more information from the Weather Bureau and also from the energy system here in Queensland. We'll also be seeking information about power outages in New South Wales for our New South Wales listeners. 12 minutes past 5, 12 minutes past 6.
Cyclone watch in the mornings are issued when a cyclone could make landfall soon. Understand your risk and make sure you start preparing early. For the latest updates, send us to ABC Radio.
Oh, honey, I'm way ahead of you.
Rosa Hoff is the senior forecaster for the Bureau of Meteorology. You now have a northern New South Wales audience through 612 ABC Brisbane and Queensland, Rosa. So just give us a sit rep with that in mind.
So we're continuing to see a tropical cyclone Alfred hanging out over the water. Now, very much the story has been this afternoon that the system has continued to move slowly, and that has been slower than expected. So the centre of tropical cyclone Alfred is currently sitting 75 kilometres east-northeast of the Gold Coast. So it has moved closer to the Gold Coast by about 10-15 kilometres from the last day over the last 3 hours. In terms of its location relative to Brisbane, it is 105 kilometres east-southeast of Brisbane. Now, its movement does continue to be west-southwest at 7 kilometres per hour, but we are expecting it to continue making it a veer towards a more northwesterly direction and continue further away from the border. So that does mean that it's still likely to reach Northern Ireland or Melbourne before tracking it just north of the Redcliffe Peninsula in Queensland. Now, we are also continuing to see really significant conditions further south of where the position is, and of course extending well beyond the border there. We continue to be in tropical cyclone warning all the way down to with gale force winds at least expected within the next 24 hours in order to qualify that warning. Something else that's been really interesting this afternoon with tropical cyclone Alfred has been the rainfall. Now, if you can see
Ooh, halo. Really? Recently added for fucking what? I've already seen all this shit. So what have you recently added? Nothing. A-holes.
At Coles, we're on a mission to help inspire Aussie kids to eat better and to get active too, which is why we're proudly supporting kids' sports programs all over the country. Coles, proud partner of the AFL, AFLW and Healthy Kids.
Alfred proudly celebrates over 20 years of supporting more than 2 million Australian babies in
Hey,
having a
Prezi.
healthier start in life.
So we're gonna have a stay in place order put in to effect in about an hour. He's on the way, bro. Fucking cyclone Alfred. He's gonna downgrade to a category 1, but that is still no less terrifying. 150 kilometer-an-hour winds, flooding, like serious flooding. Yeah, I'm just getting ready to like bunker down in the bathroom when it starts to get bad. Just waiting. It's been pretty calm so far. Like the sun's even still out, bro. It's so weird. Look at this shit. Check it out. Sun's out. You're like, oh yeah, any other afternoon, like a stormy summer storm. No. There's like definite rotation there, bro. It is so scary. And the clouds are just getting darker and darker. Look at that shit. Ooh. It's a little scary. Just a little bit. There's some movement now. Fuck yeah. Oh, dude, fucking get home. He's got a whole bunch of classic cars, man. I bet he's fucking bricking it. Look how dark those clouds are getting now. They were so nice earlier. Like light, fluffy little pillows, and now it's like growl kitten. Mate, I'm about to poop my pants. This is gonna scare the fuck out of me. I am terrified. Especially like, check out the fucking crack in the wall, man. Well, one of them starts down in that corner. Oh no, sorry, it starts up there. Up in that corner. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking floor it, dude. Lock your fucking garage up. Yeah. He looked like he was flying too. He's got like all these 80s cars. It's kind of cool. Those clouds are really starting to move now. And they're getting darker. It's fucking scary, man. I'm basically just gonna hang out until it starts to get bad, and then I'm gonna bunker down in the bathroom. I'm just spending a bit of time out of it, so I'm gonna be in there for at least the next 6 hours. That's it, Prezi. I still got some pillows I want to take into the bathroom. I'm thinking about taking the cushions off the couch too. I don't know yet. I'm scared. I'm doing my best to deal with it. And I'm probably not dealing with it at the same time. So, doing my best, Tom. I figured I'd just try and do something normal for 10 minutes and try and trick myself that there isn't a fucking cyclone barreling my way. Can I just add this to my PTSD list of fucking shit? No, I want to puke again. Fuck off. Thanks, Presley. Oh, and I'm fucking yawning. I'm exhausted, man. I got like 2 hours sleep. I am freaking the fuck out, bro. I'm just letting the cat chill out before I fucking snatch her up and send her into the bathroom. No, she was cool. She'll just hang out in the blankets. I gotta beat her to it and set myself up in there first. She's sleeping on the back of the couch right now. People can say I've gone overboard, like, trying to prep for this shit, but I don't care. If I had more time and money, I would have fucking bought heaps more shit. Oh, I'm watching fucking... Oh, I don't even know what show it is. What's it called? Fire Country. I've made Dizzy's pram heavy so it won't fly away if I have to evacuate. It is valid, man. Oh my god. Sitting here staring at this wall wondering if it'll still be here tomorrow. Oh no. I just wonder. People can say whatever the fuck they want. I feel better. I'm not hurting anyone. Fuck off and leave me alone. I'm like prepared to live in my bathroom for 3 days if I have to. And I probably will because it's gonna be fucking terrifying. I'm gonna watch TV until I can. I'm gonna hang out with you guys till I can. Please, if you can, donate to my PayPal. All of the funds raised will go to disaster relief in my local community, whatever you have to do, right? We all deal with it in different ways. I'm having mild panic attacks right now. Between periods of delirium.
Cliche, right? Not the house lawyer?
All about the fire captain.
Oh, no. Not casualty. Other than a stop sign and my marriage.
I'm gonna stream as long as I can. I know I've been going for almost 5 hours now. But this is now the lead up to the main event, guys. Alfred is finally getting his slow ass to land. I guess he's just enjoyed the swim down the east coast of Australia. He's hit warmer waters, which means he's going to have a little more energy. And he's also slowed right down to about 7 kilometers an hour. So it's going to be a very long series of storms, all in one storm.
You know, you're a pillar of this community. People worry about your family. I mean, how are you doing?
Worst part is I've only had like a couple of little gusts of wind, really. It hasn't been that bad. At least not from inside, so... It was a bit squally when I went down to the service station the other night. That was kind of, yeah, my limit. Who the fuck names the cyclone Alfred? Least threatening name ever. What about like Cyclone Bone Crusher? that might be the next one, Prezi.
What is going on? Oh, good.
I doubt it. Don't tell me I'm sick. Come on. Back and forth, my dude. We talk about the whole kidney conversation. Have a good day at work.
Cyclone tax fraud. Cyclone commitment.
What's up? It's alright, though. That's how you work this system. Listen, the application process is a little slow, but I can help fast track that for you. I'd be more than happy to do it. Thanks, Gary. It's a great idea. Counting for red. Get the bump, Skippy.
Childhood obesity. That's already happening, bro.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Dad.
If your dad says he'll fix the credit card, then he'll fix the credit card.
I trust his word. I just don't know how to fix a $3,000 plus interest on payment. I'm worried.
He's your dad. It's his job. Over here. I'm Andy. I'm the one who called 911. It's my coworker, Wes. Hey. Hey, Wes. Hey. Hey. I'm Jake, okay? Look, do you have asthma? No? Are you allergic to anything? Wes, don't try and talk. Andy, how long has Wes been like this? Yeah. I hear her. Feel it. Bang. Bang. There's an environmental thing going on here.
Child data.
Jake?
He's the man eater.
People down in that corner. What the hell's happening?
Request dispatch. We've got a suspected carbon monoxide leak. We need backup now. We need to get these people out.
Listen, there's a entrance in the brewery, right?
But first, we need to grab our mask. Go ahead. What? What's wrong? I'm about to get rolled up all night this year.
What do you have against kids, bro?
Everybody out. Toes on the line. You have nothing to hide. You have nothing to worry about. A little respect. Respect goes both ways, OG. Cell phone, hey, Donegan, Ash, you're getting written up. That ain't mine, man. I didn't use it. Hey,
Oh, nothing. It's funny. No, it's trying to be funny. Never mind.
He's right. It's not worth going back to prison, but that's where you're all headed.
It's not worth, man.
We don't even know what the hell you're talking about. This morning's pop up on mainland. If no one comes forward by end of day, I will personally ensure that every one of you are sleeping in a cell tonight. Now I'm gonna let you talk amongst yourselves. Figure out if that's how you want this to go down.
Scared, but it's gonna be okay once you get more oxygen and you're gonna feel much better, okay?
How far out the street, Josh? 15 minutes, Alpha Sac. Grab your stuff. I have to check the forecast, but here's the CO leak. 5 victims inside.
No, we don't. Could be more.
Alright, we're gonna send some search. Rather have a fire than a CO leak any day. See flames. CO's a sleepy bitch. What do you got for potential sources of
Stoves, car engines, water heaters, anything that needs fuel. We gotta cut the gas line over to the leak.
Cyclone, seriously.
Are you worried that the gas could lead to an explosion?
Fuel's flammable, but not as flammable as natural gas. Just don't feel like any stuff is there.
Anything that fuels fire, we fuel that too, right?
Correct. Guess what? You're with me. It's gonna be a sweet. 3 freaking weeks left before I'm parole. Whoever took it better cop to it. And you know you didn't take it. I'm living with fun. I'm crazy. Hey, no! Look, we've had each other's backs the last couple months. Hell, we've even saved each other's lives. Haven't we? We may have been criminals, but that's not who we are now. No. We're firefighters. Despite what anybody says. That homeowner accusing us of stealing things? This new CO trying to get us to turn each other? They don't define us. Hell no. We do. By our actions. By our words.
Hang on a sec, guys.
Did you steal something from the scene? Back to the ground.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Alright. I will keep everyone updated. I'm going to go too for a bit and charge up my devices. Make sure everything's good. And I'm just going to take a breather for 10 minutes. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking with me through this. And I'm going to keep broadcasting as long as I can. pray for everyone here in Brisbane and the Gold Coast and northern New South Wales. Seriously, we need prayers, we need donations, we need help. We will definitely need help with the cleanup on this. Please consider donating to my PayPal. All of those funds will go directly to local community organisations that need it, with disaster relief or anything else. So that's about all I can do right now, except for hunkering down and staying in place. Oh my god, that's so loud. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being with me. Thanks for putting up with my gross fucking crying face. And stay tuned. I will be back